Hello, people! Welcome back to another episode of the OCM Botcast. I am your host, Chad Marco. Yeah. So today's episode, this is episode 36 of the new year. And today's episode is called Bomberman, the long-awaited Ted Kaczynski episode. So if you don't know, Ted Kaczynski, otherwise known as the Unabomber, he was a serial killer, a reclusive serial killer who killed 3 people and injured many more by planting homemade bombs throughout America or sending them and whatnot. And eventually he got caught. And the reason why he has this sort of long-standing legacy is not just for the murders, but for his manifesto and his criticism of technology and society and the effects that it would have on our future. And what's interesting about this manifesto is that quite a few of the things that he points out in his manifesto, you can see evidence of it in our current times. So we're going to look a bit into the Ted Kaczynski character and his life, and then we're going to get a little bit into his manifesto. Now, I'm not going to have time to cover the entire thing, but we're going to dive into the early parts of it. I'd say about the first third of the book of the manifesto or so, and just try to see what ideas he had and how we can connect it to what's going on in modern day society. But that's the main topic, or that's gonna be the main topic of today's episode. Other than that, we're gonna have the usual bells and whistles, OC, TOD, comments, etc., and my awesome, beautiful ass. How you guys doing? I am doing fantastic myself. Thanks for asking. I just wrapped up the drill music mixtape. You know, it's sitting back and just looking at it. You know, I sat back, I put it together, and you know, I went back and listened to everything, and I was like, you know what, this is dope. This is dope. I'm gonna talk about my philosophy on like anime rap in like a different separate video. But I feel like I finally achieved something that I've been aiming for quite a while. Now that everything has come together, I'm quite proud of it. But you know, I'm not too much going on outside of just wrapping up, getting drill music out. I got to put it on SoundCloud. Well, not SoundCloud. SoundCloud is full. YouTube, Rumble, Bandcamp, and all the different streaming sites. So that's pretty much where I'm at now. And then I'm going to be shilling it across the internet. I hope you guys join me in shilling this dope mixtape for the other internet nerds and whatnot. But yeah, that's the main thing I've been focused on. Just trying to get drill music up and ready for you guys. And other than that, I'm excited about it too. Hold on, let me move the mic a little bit. I'm excited about it too because now I can go back to making the robot the robot music. I've already been doing some of the early work on Robot Music 9003 as far as like writing and producing. But now I can really focus in on it. Now that drill music is finally done, I can put that to the side. I can put all my energy into focusing on Robot Music 9003. And you guys know that's my real bread and butter. That's my that's the lane that gained me the small following that I have to this day. And so it's gonna be fun trying to get back into that sad boy mode. And I gotta say, it's like I like doing both, but there really is something special about the sad boy music because just the different vibes that I can go for with that. I can make meme songs like Anonymous and Famous. I can make songs about people in the like within robot culture or incel, red pill culture, black pill culture, like Kent or Elliot Rodgers, or I could even go more introspective and expressive of my own experiences, like couldn't say hello and then feel with no girlfriend and shit like that. So I can't wait to completely submerge myself into making that kind of music again. It's going to be very enjoyable ride. But you know, other than that, just that's the main thing that I'm focused on. So we're gonna get into the news. Before I do that, make sure I remind you guys, like the video, comment, subscribe again. I'm assuming anybody listening to this is probably already subscribed, but hit the notification bell, send me money, support the channel. So next we're gonna have the news. Okay, so the news that I'm going to be covering today is something that has been relevant news within the world of hip hop for quite some time. Give me a second, please. Excuse me. Let's just do something real quick. Just close out some of these programs I have running in the background. Let's see here. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, so this is something that has been news in the world of hip hop for quite a while, and I thought I'd finally give my 2 cents on this situation. And that is the YSL Rico case. Now, if you don't know, YSL is the record label of the popular rapper Young Thug. Young Thug, at one point, I believe he was associated with Lil Wayne and Young Money, and he kind of branched off from there to become a boss in the rap game by himself, and he created his own group, YSL. But allegedly, this group YSL is a gang and is gang affiliated, and they've been connected with several different crimes throughout the Atlanta area. And you know how this whole gang thing works. If you're recognized as a gang, law enforcement is going to want to take that group down. And because Young Thug is at the head of the alleged YSL gang, they're primarily targeting him and the big names directly under him. And so, from what I understand, they basically arrested up to about 28 people, everyone from Young Thug and everyone else below him who's directly connected with YSL and the alleged YSL gang. And several people within the organization have snitched, and there's been a lot of talk about that, especially regarding Gunna, who's like the biggest artist other than Young Thug on the label, and how hip hop rap artists are responding to that, especially after the fallout that happened after 6ix9ine snitched. And now people are like, well, why don't people have the same energy with Gunna? It's a lot going on with this situation, but we're going to go in depth in this. So let's start from the beginning with this article. So on June 12th, Young Thug made a plea from jail. This isn't about just me or YSL, he said in a pre-recorded address screened at Hot 97 Summer Jam. Oh, let me get some water. Okay. Ooh. I always use my music as a form of artistic expression, and I see now that black artists and rappers don't have that freedom. Everybody please sign the Protect Black Art petition and keep praying for us. I love you all, he concluded. The petition to protect black art is a document co-written by 300 Entertainment co-founder and CEO Kevin Liles, who first signed Young Thug and helped get his label YSL off the ground as a subsidiary company. And Atlanta Records coup Julie Greenwald the document asked both federal and state legislators to adopt bills that limit the use of rap lyrics as evidence in a court of law. The rapper's plea arrived on the heels of a sprawling 56-count RICO case against Thug, Gunna, and 26 members of his Young Stoner Life collective. And so, now this is an interesting point right here. When he says, I always use my music as a form of artistic expression, and I see now that black artists and rappers don't have their freedom. Everybody please sign the Protect Black Art petition and keep praying for us. I love you all. And so basically what he's saying is they're using his lyrics as evidence against him in court. And so this has been a controversial topic because people feel like it's not fair to use a rapper's lyrics against him as evidence. But I think people who are saying that, they don't really understand what's going on and how it's being used. And let me just break it down for you. It's not that they're going through his lyrics and saying, okay, anytime he talked about shooting somebody or killing somebody or stealing this or smoking that or selling this, we're going to use that against him. That's not what they're doing. They're not just going through all his songs and saying, okay, he talked about criminal activity here, we're going to use this against him. That's not how they're using his lyrics. So when people are talking about this, they're not really giving you the full scope of what's actually happening. The way that they're using the lyrics is that they're using it as supplemental evidence to support what they already know. So any lyrics that they're using is only going to be connected to something that they already have evidence of. I'll put it like this, just as an example. Let's say that I'm in a gang, I'm a street rapper, right? One of my rivals gets shot down in a grocery store, and word on the street is that my gang has something to do with it. And then in one of my rap lyrics, I say, blew that boy down by the damn fruit, by the vegetable aisle. So, so whatever, right? They would use that lyric in connection to the evidence that they already got that I'm connected to that particular shooting. So they're not going to say this guy died at a grocery store. Our proof is this lyric. No, they're going to say this guy died at a grocery store. We have surveillance of someone that's signed under Chad Marco shooting at that person, driving away in a car that Chad Marco bought for him. And then this guy was later arrested. And then Chad Marco rapped about exactly what happened on. That's what they're doing. They're not taking random criminal related lyrics and saying he did this. They're only using lyrics that they can connect to things they already know. Perfect example. There's a lyric in one of Young Thug's songs about a guy named Tick robbing a woman. They have Tick in court confirming, yes, I robbed a woman. That lyric is talking about what I did. You see what I'm saying? So I think people are trying to paint this narrative that in the courts, they're using any and all lyrics that could be considered describing criminal activities against Young Thug. That's not what they're doing. The foolish mistake that Young Thug made was that he's rapping about criminal activity that they really did. And so when they get real life evidence of these criminal activities, the lyrics simply back that up. They're not using the lyrics by themselves. It's supplemental. It's a supplemental evidence. It's adding on to what's already there. But the lyrics on their own just wouldn't stand up in court. Anybody with common sense would know that because rappers exaggerate and lie all the time. I talk about using the fucking Gallic gun, blowing up the planet, pulling up in Gundams, turn your team to a stain. Dude, I wouldn't have hurt a damn spider. So I just wanted to make that part clear. They're not just using random lyrics and saying he did this, he did that. They're using specific lyrics where he's rapping about shit that they have evidence that he was involved in or people in his record label / alleged gang were involved in. The 88-page grand jury indictment characterizes YSL Young Slime Life as a criminal street gang and alleges 182 instances of the collectives participating in gang activity and criminal conspiracy, citing lyrics, social media posts, and clothing or accessories with slime emblazoned on them as evidence. Atlanta's Fulton County grand jury charged some individuals with violent crimes that include attempted armed robbery and murder. Both Young Thug and Gunna have been denied bond multiple times, so they've been locked up for a while now, but Gunna recently got out. Not only has the case arrived under the specter of a 60% rise in violent crime in Atlanta, which Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis has promised to fight, but it has reverberated throughout the hip-hop community, where many have argued that this trial is but the latest instance of the criminal justice system unfairly tying rappers to violent crime through their art. And, you know, I don't want to sound like a law enforcement bootlicker. That's not my lane. But the simple fact is, when you look at hip hop culture, when you look at a lot of rappers, a lot of these rappers are literally tied to criminal activities and gangs. You look at the interviews these guys give and they tell you the whole story. Oh yeah, I was in this gang, I was a Blood, I was a Crip, I was a GD, I was this or that. Dude, I was locked up for armed robbery. I was locked up for a drive-by. They found me with drugs and guns. Yeah, I sold crack when I was 14. Like, and this is, they're explaining their story of criminal of criminal activity. And a lot of times what happens is, even as they become famous and manage to acquire a lot of money and fame, they're not able or willing to completely separate themselves from that street element. Because you got to remember, this sort of thing doesn't happen overnight. I've heard stories of rappers who were like on the rise, even doing shows and shit. But when it's all said and done, they go back to the hood, not because they want to, but because their paper just isn't lined up to really put themselves in a better position yet. So a lot of times rappers, as they're coming up, they're still connected to the streets. And to some degree, they need that because as they're blowing up, they become a target. They need their friends. They need their gang to help protect them as they move through the city and try to come up. So it's not like this night and day thing where you're, okay, I'm a criminal one day, I blow up, now I'm Mr. Corporate rapper in a suit, rubbing elbows with Jewish record label execs. It's not this overnight thing. A lot of times when you see rappers who transition from the streets to being fully legit, like someone like Jay-Z, there's a middle ground where they're still connected to street guys. Look at Jay-Z when he was with Rockefeller, surrounded by guys like Beanie Siegel and the State. Them were thorough, real street niggas. So there's always a period where street rappers are still connected to a lot of these criminals and even criminal activity. And I'm just saying, like, why all of a sudden do we act like now that these guys aren't really about what they're talking? Now, some guys ain't about that. I get that. Slim Jesus. Some guys ain't about, but it's like out when they're free, we give these guys credit. We idolize these guys for being real and for being street niggas. But then when the cuffs come on, now all of a sudden, nah, it's not a gang. It's not fair. No. No. Before all this, people were talking about how he was a real nigga, real street nigga, real shooter, real this, real that. I'm just saying, keep that energy. Don't flip just because motherfuckers got locked up now. A little over 7 months after his arrest in May, Gunna walked free on December 14th. The rapper pleaded guilty to a charge of racketeering conspiracy in what is known as an Alford plea, a deal that allows him to plead guilty if it's in his interest while maintaining his innocence. His 5-year sentence was commuted to time served and 500 hours of community service as part of the deal. Days later, 7 other defendants took plea deals and were released from jail just ahead of the new year. So what's basically been happening is that their main target is Young Thug. You know, anytime you have a criminal organization, the goal is to chop the head off, because you do that, inevitably the body falls. So what they're doing is they're giving some of the defendants these, really basically get out of jail free cards. Well, not get out of jail free, but like get out of jail, but you gotta cooperate cards. And when you're talking about potentially doing, okay, when you're looking at, I could do 5, 10, 15 years versus I go home now and all I have to do is cooperate and snitch or tell. Not a bad deal. And so they're using some of the guys under him to cooperate and confirm certain details about the case. I hear some of these guys are going to be forced to take the stand, some won't. But they're basically building more and more leverage against Young Thug and the defendants that are taking it to trial, and the main guys that they want, you know, the shooters and whatnot. So that's pretty much where or why some of these guys like Gunna got such good deals. Young Thug, on the other hand, remains incarcerated and is standing trial. Meanwhile, Thug may have caught another case. Fulton County prosecutors allege co-defendant Khalif Adams attempted to hand a hot rapper a Percocet in open court on January 20th. The Grammy Award-winning artist lawyer denies Young Thug's involvement in the alleged drug deal. Here's everything you need to know about the case, updated as it develops, from the people involved to a summary of the charges and the lyrics cited. So, somebody in the courtroom tried to pass Young Thug a Percocet, which is, of course, illegal without a prescription. He ain't got no prescription. Now, from what I understand, Young Thug will not be punished for that because there's no way to prove that he orchestrated that to happen. So the repercussions of that is going to fall squarely on the person who tried to hand him the drugs. But what's so bad about this, even without Young Thug being held responsible, is that it's adding on to the case that YSL is a gang, and they're like, even in court, y'all can't help but pass around drugs and shit. It's not helping your overall case when you have co-defendants trying to pass off drugs to the big boss man. The grand jury indictment identifies Young Thug, Gunna, and 26 other associates as members of the criminal street gang YSL, or Young Slime Life. Thug, the heartbeat of Atlanta's fertile rap scene, is allegedly the founder of this street gang, which formed in the city in 2012. The prosecution claims that YSL has affiliation with the National Bloods gang, and some associates claim the Blood subset gang Sex, Money, Murder, or 30 Deep. The rapper founded record label Young Stoner Life in 2016 as an imprint of 300 Entertainment. YSL Records calls its roster of artists the Slime Family. Gunna was named in the indictment along with rappers Lil Duke, Yak Gotti, and Thug's brother Unfunk. Fannie Willis is the district attorney overseeing the case. She is a Democrat known for investigating whether the former President Trump and his team engaged in election fraud in Georgia. And this is a quote from her. "It does not matter what your notoriety is or what your fame is. If you come to Fulton County, Georgia, you commit crimes, and certainly if those crimes are in furtherance of a street gang, then you are going to become a target and a focus of this district attorney's office, and we are going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law," Willis said in a May 10th press conference. She said has reason to believe that gangs are committing conservatively 75 to 80% of all the violent crime that we're seeing within our community, so they have to be booted. Brian Steele, Young Thug's lawyer, told the New York Times that YSL is not a criminal street gang. Mr. Williams came from an incredibly horrible upbringing, and he has conducted himself throughout his life in a way that is just to marvel at, Steele said. He's committed no crime whatsoever. Gunna's guilty plea, for his part, serves as a public acknowledgement of his association with YSL. The rapper said in a statement, though, he emphasized that his association is purely musical. He staunchly maintains his innocence despite entering a plea deal. While I have agreed to always be truthful, I want to make it perfectly clear that I have not made any statements, have not been interviewed, have not cooperated, have not agreed to testify or be a witness for or against any party in the case, and have absolutely no intention of being involved in the trial process in any way, Gunna told WSB and other outlets in a statement. So this was a blatant lie. So right now, a big part of this case and what the hip hop community is discussing is Gunna and his plea deal and whether or not he snitched. And so look at what he said. I have not made any statements. I have not been interviewed, have not cooperated, have not agreed to testify. This is a lie. A video came out where he was in court making statements, cooperating. Now, it's not clear at this point if he's going to take the stand directly against Young Thug. Some people are saying as long as he don't take the stand, that's not really snitching. Others are saying it's snitching. Me personally, I think this is snitching. And here's why. Look at what Brian Steele, Young Thug's lawyer, said. He said that YSL is not a criminal street gang. Young Thug is hanging his hat on the defense that YSL is not a criminal street gang. It is a music label. Gunna is on camera, filmed in court, confirming that YSL is a street gang. YSL as a street gang must end. So not only did he cooperate, he lied about it after he got out. But like I said, some people are saying as long as he don't take the stand, it don't really matter. That's bullshit. Here's why. Remember, like I said, Young Thug is saying it's not a criminal street gang. Gunna already confirmed that it is. His statement is going to be leveraged against Young Thug as evidence that it is in fact a criminal street gang. The judge knows this. The jury knows this. The simple fact that you said it and confirmed it means that it's in the open. It's in the air. It's now going to be leveraged against Young Thug. He snitched. I don't even know why people are debating this. I think the problem is because a lot of people are drawing comparisons between Gunna and Tekashi 6ix9ine. Tekashi 6ix9ine, he snitched to the high heavens. I mean, he ain't hold back. He took the stand. He was pointing fingers. I mean, he was handing out DNA himself, like he was doing. I mean, he snitched. He embraced it and said, "Fuck everybody, suck my dick." And I think he took snitching to such a high level that what Gunna did doesn't really look as bad by comparison, but it's still telling. You still cooperating. And I like what DJ Academic said about this. He said that it's levels to snitching. And I know that sounds crazy, but I do think that is true. And I would say like the 3 levels of snitching are level 1, snitching on the ops. And I think that's something you could get away with. Then it's level 2, which is like what Gunna's doing. Which is basic cooperation, giving statements but not taking a stand. Level 3 is Tekashi 6ix9ine, where you're snitching on everybody, you're giving statements, you're taking a stand, you're pointing fingers, you're doing CSI shit, giving DNA and film footage, everything. Like, you're giving them everything they want. And I think Gunna is somewhere in the middle between those two extremes. But again, cooperating is cooperating. Just like what Charleston White said, what happened to the niggas that be in the interrogation room and say, "Suck my dick, white boy, fuck y'all niggas." Like that's what you do when you're not snitching. Suck my dick, white boy. You don't be in there, "Yes sir, yes ma'am, this happened, I agree, I confirm." No, come on now. And I say that as someone who doesn't care. I am a civilian. I'm not a street nigga. Never claimed to be a street nigga. Never wanted to be a street nigga. I don't care. I don't care. I don't do street shit, so I don't have to worry about snitching. If I ever talk to police, that's as a witness of something, a witness to a crime. Not someone who did the crime. Hopefully not. Right? But I'm going to say this. And this is the issue that I have with the way Gunna is handling this. Cause you got so like now rappers are starting to like unfollow him on Twitter, basically showing that, look, we ain't fucking with this guy no more. You a snitch. You seeing like street rappers like Lil Baby, Meek Mill, etc. unfollow him. Rappers like Lil Boosie that they're speaking on it, and Bobby Shmurda as well. And again, like I said, I'm not a street guy, so I'm not looking at it from the perspective that, oh, you know, fuck Gunna and all that. And to be honest, I never really listen to his music, to be honest. But what bothers me about it is that Gunna almost lost his freedom. This man basically got let off the hook. And the first thing you do when you get out is lie about not snitching, not cooperating. The first thing you do when you get out is to try to let it know, look, I didn't cooperate, I'm still a real street nigga. That is so foolish. That is supremely foolish. That street shit, that street code is the same bullshit that almost made him lose years of his freedom with his family, to work on his career, to live life, to fuck bitches. And the first thing you do, that's what really bothers me the most, is that you get free. And the first thing you do is, I'm still a real street nigga, I ain't cooperate. And then what make it worse is that you lied, but still, like, it shows, to me, it shows such a lack of appreciation for your motherfucking life and your freedom to do some shit like that. In my opinion, what Gunna should do, honestly, is to say, you know what? Fuck all that street shit. We all know YSL is gang affiliated. Crimes were committed as a direct result of our gang. We were wrong. I admit we were wrong. Fuck that street shit. I'm going home and I'm going to live my life as a righteous member of society. I'm going to make my money and I'm going to focus my life on positivity. That's what the hell Gunna should do. Fuck the street shit. Fuck the street code. Fuck the streets. Fuck the street niggas. Fuck the street gang. Fuck the streets. Fuck the street you live on. Fuck the middle of the road. Don't even touch the streets. Drive on the sidewalk. Fuck the streets. Fuck the streets, nigga. Let that shit go. Be free. Fuck bitches. Smoke weed. Make music. Watch movies. Eat pizza. Go to Disneyland. Why the fuck you clinging to the same bullshit that almost took your fucking freedom away? Did you see the video when he got out of jail? When his big booty bitch came to him, the first thing he did was get a handful of that ass. The first thing he did was grab that girl big fat ass when he got out of jail. Nigga, why you still claiming the same bullshit that almost took that ass away from you? That's the only thing that bothers me about this shit. I don't care about who snitch and who don't. I'm a regular man. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't like crime. I don't like criminals. Let it be known. So I don't care about that shit. The whole no snitch. Look, let me tell you guys right now. If I haven't said it before, the no snitching shit is one of the elements of the black community, of black culture, that is holding us the fuck back. It is an element of foolishness. It's an element of stupidity. It is an element of self-destruction. We know who the killers are. We know who the drug dealers are. We know who the gangbangers are. But we don't say anything. Lil Pop gets killed. Everybody know who did it, but ain't no snitch. I ain't telling. The same niggas that killed Lil Pop now kills your son. Now your black fat ass on CNN crying, talking about stop the gang violence. Stupid bitch. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. It's all, ain't no snitch till it's your son that got killed, till it's your brother that got killed, till it's your daddy that got. Now you on the news crying in and shit, nappy ass fucking head, but you ain't no snitch. That's the same bull. I'm telling you. Fuck that whole no snitching shit. It's stupid. It's stupid. And you want to know what's even stupider is to think that niggas not gonna snitch on your ass. Just think about it. Use common sense. Use common sense. You're in a gang. You're involved in criminal activity where the name of the game is to take, is to steal, is to destroy, is to rape, is to poison your own community. These are your co-workers. And you expect them to be honorable enough not to tell on your ass? These are the same people that are killing. They gonna shoot up a fucking house knowing there could be kids in there, women in there, just to get to the ops. And you think they care about telling on your ass? If you're in a gang, if you're a criminal and you expect not to get snitched on, you are fucking retarded. Retarded, retarded, retarded. Why the hell would criminals have the honor to not tell and save their own ass when they don't have the honor to not poison their own community by selling drugs or killing people or robbing corner stores or kicking in doors? You fucking idiots! You know what? I was watching a Charleston White video, and he can be very extreme in how he expresses himself. And I remember he was talking about how he gets a joy out of seeing these street niggas get locked up and how they be telling on each other. And he stopped for a second. He said, you know, well, I hate these niggas. I hate them niggas. And you know what? I feel this. I hate them niggas. I hate them niggas. I don't give a fuck. I do. I hate them niggas too. Cause the crazy thing about it is that within hip hop culture, we glorify, idolize, and turn the same people who destroy our communities into icons, into heroes, into someone to be looked up upon. You know? And it's so ass backwards. It's completely ass backwards. And that's why I get so passionate about this shit. You know, growing up in the black community, growing up around projects and ghettos my whole life and seeing this shit, you know, being in the house. I mean, I'm telling you, dude, I've been in the house while the house next to mine got shot the fuck up. I'm telling you. Like, and so I be around this shit. Got people I know who have been killed just hanging out, you know? So I do. I hate these niggas. And the thing is though, real just you know, just to calm it down a little bit, to have the opportunity to get your freedom back and turn your life around, yet to be so ungrateful as to get out and say, I'm not a snitch, I didn't tell. Which again, all you're doing is say I'm still a real street nigga. It's just, that's why. that's why. You know, and I don't know what is or what isn't as far as what happened and what didn't happen. The way this country works, innocent until proven guilty. If they're innocent, then I want them to be exonerated of all charges. But if they're guilty, I don't give a fuck. If they're guilty, I don't care. I don't care. And the thing is, I keep seeing people say, free Young Thug, free this nigga, free that nigga. But what if he did it? What if he really did it? Like, nobody talks about, what if he did it? What if he's really guilty? You know, I was talking to my niece the other day. You know, she's young, so I thought it was cute. I didn't, you know, pressure her about it or anything. But she was like, they need to free TK. You know, TK-47, the race, he got 55 years for murders, being associated with a murder or something like that, right? Involved in a murder. And I said, well, you know, why should he be released? Like, you know, he's in jail for a reason, right? And she was like, well, I mean, he made good music. And I laughed about it because, again, she's young, so I'm not, again. But that's how people really think. It's like the music blinds people to the reality of what some of these people have done. Same thing with R. Kelly. We all knew that he had an inappropriate relationship with Aaliyah for years. This wasn't like new knowledge. But the music was so good. The music was so good that we just and I just think that it's a fucked up part of our culture as black people. It's a fucked up part of the culture of hip hop as a whole, where the music becomes more important than the people, than the communities. A rapper comes onto the scene, yeah, I really killed niggas, I really sold dope, I really robbed niggas, and we welcome him with open arms. Tekashi 6ix9ine, he snitches and then he's basically exiled. When in reality, if you really weigh it up, he hasn't done much worse than a lot of the rappers that we accept. Okay, he snitched, but isn't selling dope and poisoning your community bad? Isn't killing niggas bad? Isn't robbing people bad? That's not... Like, what the hell is up with the moral code within hip hop, man? I don't like. I just don't know. I'm sorry I went on a rant there, but these were just things that were just bothering me for a while, and I had to kind of get that off my chest. Seven other defendants who walked free in late December each pleaded guilty to a racketeering charge and said YSL was both a music collective and criminal street gang per the conditions of their plea deal. So like I said, remember, Young Thug's defense is not a street gang. His co-defendants are saying, yeah, it's a street gang. That information is going to be leveraged against Young Thug, period. They're telling, they're cooperating or snitching. YSL co-founder Walter Murphy entered a guilty plea on a single count of conspiracy to violate the state's Racketeering Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. He negotiated 1 year of his sentence commuted to time served and 9 years of probation per the deal. Unfunk, Lil Duke, Slime Life Shorty, Antonio Sledge, Trevantavius Tick Stevens, and Antonio Obama Sumlin took similar deals, with some pleading guilty to additional charges. Sledge and Stevens, for their part, must testify truthfully if called to trial. Durante Bebe and Tinquarius Mender were offered plea deals but rejected them. So Young Thug and Durante and Tinquarius, maybe a few other guys, they're some of the few wrapped up in this case that aren't accepting plea deals. They're fighting they're trying to basically beat the case by taking it to trial. A prosecutor asked Slime Life Shorty, whose government name is Woonie Lee, if YSL members have committed at least one of the following acts in the name of YSL: murder, aggravated assault, robbery, theft, and or illegal firearms possession, to which he replied, yes, ma'am. So what are the charges? All 28 individuals named in the indictment were charged with conspiracy to violate the State Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, or RICO, by participating in a pattern of illegal activity to obtain money and property. The Georgia law closely resembles its federal counterpart and was created with the aim of ensnaring large criminal organizations like the Mafia. According to the Times, this is not the first time Woods has sought RICO charges. In 2014, the attorney argued that Atlanta public school teachers accused of cheating on standardized tests were part of a racketeering conspiracy. In her investigation into Trump, she insinuated that the former president and his associates may have violated the state RICO law and their alleged attempts to commit election fraud in 2020. The prosecution alleges that the collective engaged in a wide range of criminal activity. The 56-count indictment claims that YSL members were involved in murder, attempted murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, theft, drug dealing, carjacking, and witness intimidation. Notably, the indictment portrays Thug as something of a mob boss. He is alleged to have committed multiple crimes that he is not being charged with. While Thug is not being charged for these overt acts, which include possession of methamphetamine with the intent to distribute, which include possession of I reread that, and threatening to kill a man in the mall, they lend credence to the allegation that the collective was engaged in a criminal conspiracy. Other serious allegations include that Thug rented a car that was used in the commission of the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a rival gang leader, in January 2015. 5 YSL members, including Yak Gotti, were charged with murder in connection to Thomas's death. In addition, 3 YSL members were charged with attempted murder in connection with an attack on rapper YFN Lucci, who was stabbed in jail in February of this year. In April 2021, Fulton County charged YFN Lucci and 11 other suspects in a 75-page, 105-count racketeering indictment, according to WSB-TV. Lucci is currently waiting in jail, awaiting trial. Thug was later charged with 7 additional felonies after a reported police raid of his Buckhead home following his May 9th arrest. The new charges include possession of drugs with intent to distribute, possessions of firearms, and 3 counts of being a person employed or associated with a criminal street gang to conduct or participate in criminal gang activity through the commission of a crime, per documents reviewed by Vulture. So, for anyone who's not aware, the way RICO charges kind of work, it's a way to try to bring down a gang all at once. Because the problem with trying to take down a gang or a criminal organization is that oftentimes the heads of the organizations know better than to be directly connected to any serious crime. So the murders and the robberies, any of the basic street stuff is going to be done by the soldiers. So the way it works is the soldiers are the ones getting their hands dirty. Kind of like the linemen on the football field protecting the quarterback. You know, the head of the gang and the crime organization is the quarterback. You protect him, and while he makes plays from the back. Or you could say even the coach, right? Yeah, really, the quarterback or the coach, that's like the boss. They tend to stay out the way, they're protected. And the soldiers, they the ones that get their hands dirty. And so what used to happen was that law enforcement, they were able to catch certain soldiers doing a particular crime. Okay, we caught this guy and connected him to a murder. We connected this guy to drug dealing. We connected this guy to that. But all that would happen is they got this one guy and the boss just pays for his lawyer, and he either gets off, beats the case, or doesn't do a lot of time. And even if you do manage to make the case stick and hit him with as much time as you can, that's one soldier out of 30, 50, 100. The gang is still able to operate as usual. So the way that the RICO charges are a way to basically connect the crimes of the soldiers all the way up to the bosses and saying, okay, even though you didn't pull the trigger, you're a part of the gang. Not only a part, but you're the head of the gang. Therefore, you're just as responsible as the guy who's at the bottom rank but killed somebody. And that's how this works. So even if Young Thug didn't literally jump in a car and do a drive-by, just the fact that the guys under him allegedly did it, they can connect it to Young Thug since he's considered to be the boss or the leader of said gang. And again, the RICO was just a way to take down the gang all at once, because trying to get one guy, like just for example, one thing about Big Meech of BMF was that one of his rules was, never be in the same room as drugs. But somebody got to push it. So he had the soldiers actually moving the weight and doing the dirty work while he was just being the quarterback, the coach in the background. That way, even if a soldier gets caught, the boss is safe, the operation continues. That's why they use RICO now. It's a way to connect the boss to anyone down to the lowest ranking soldier. And that's how Young Thug got caught up in this. But that was the YSL RICO case that's going on. Right now, as I speak, the case is about to get underway. But the problem is they keep having these delays. I think the recent incident with the Percocet that caused a delay. There was something else, but any day now the trial is going to start. I'd say within a week or two they're going to have the first days of actual trial for Young Thug, and this is probably going to go on for months if we're being completely honest, because there are a lot of witnesses involved, a lot of evidence to be presented and things of that nature. And Young Thug, he ain't some broke street kid. He got money, and I'm sure he has a great legal team. So they're gonna fight this tooth and nail. And the prosecution, I know they have a lot of evidence and a lot of witnesses to burn through. So we're gonna see how this all plays out. But the main thing that I really wanted to say about all this is just that when you get the opportunity to separate yourself from the street shit, you got to take that. You got to take the opportunity and you got to run with it and never look back, because this is the sort of things that can happen. Despite all Young Thug's success, as well as the wonderful life that his success provided for those under him, look at how everything just fell to pieces. And we don't know if he's going to be able to fully recover from this. And just going through this is bad enough as it is. And that's why it's so important for guys to understand that, look, whether you're a rapper or not, you gotta at some point separate yourself from the street shit. I understand that some guys they're pretty much born into it. Your big brother was a gang member, your daddy was one, and you grew up in the projects and you had to join the gang for protect. It happens like that sometimes. But at some point, that spark of consciousness has to click on, and you gotta. When that happens, and you recognize the path that you're on and the inevitable destruction that comes with it, you gotta separate yourself from that shit. And I think the worst thing about, Young Thug's situation is that he was in position to completely separate himself from it. When you have financial freedom, you have no reason to stay connected to that kind of foolishness. Cut all the street niggas off. Move to a white neighborhood. Yeah, I said white neighborhood. Cut the street niggas off. Move to a white neighborhood. Make music. Go to Disneyland. Start a family. Chill out. Fuck that street shit. So I hope you guys got something of value out of that. Next, we're going to have some OC. And then we're going to have the big old main topic. So see you later.
Another call, another locked door.
Okay. Okay, people. So we are back, and it's time for the main topic. So as I said, the main topic today is going to be about the Unabomber, otherwise known as Ted Kaczynski, otherwise known as Bomberman. That's my new nickname for him. So, like I said, we're going to be diving a little bit into his past and a little bit into the bombings, but I'm not going to cover so much the specifics of his bombing era. I think that's something that you can go look up, find a quick documentary, like an hour-long documentary on anywhere. My main goal is to more so dive into his manifesto and his commentary on modern society and the effects of technology, things like over socialization, as he would say, overcrowding and whatnot, just all the negative effects of modern society on the human brain, the human mind and spirit and body, etc., etc. But before we get into his actual manifesto, we are going to go into Wikipedia to get a quick summary of his life, to get some background on him and some of the things that he did as far as blowing people the fuck up. So, hold on, let me pour up some water real quick. It's going to be a long night. Ooh. There we go. Woo. Okay. Oh, hold up real quick. I have my bad. I left my PS4 on. Whew. Okay. Sorry about that. So let's get right to it. So, Ted Kaczynski. This is straight from Wikipedia because I'm lazy. All right, let me get comfortable here. Theodore John Kaczynski, born May 22nd, 1942, also known as the Unabomber, is an American domestic terrorist and former mathematics professor. Between 1978 and 1995, Kaczynski killed 3 people and injured 23 others in a nationwide mail bombing campaign against people he believed to be advancing modern technology and the destruction of the environment. He authored Industrial Society and Its Future, a 35,000-word manifesto and social critique opposing industrialization, rejecting leftism, and advocating for a nature-centered form of anarchism. I think what's kind of underwhelming about the Unabomber, having gone back into his story and looking into it, is that, and when I say this, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying like it's a bad thing, but he only killed 3 people. And when you think of like bombings, like I'm a serial bomber, but like I was a serial bomber for damn near 20 years, and he only killed 3 people. I mean, he injured 23 others, and I watched a quick documentary on his story, and don't get me wrong, when they say he injured 23, he was blowing fingers off. He was really fucking people up. I mean, he was ruining lives. I mean, he did some damage, but it just, again, I think going back into it, I expected him to have like 7 or 8 bodies and 30 injured or something like that. And it's kind of underwhelming that his body count was 3. I was just expecting more for such a legend, but I digress. In 1971, Kaczynski abandoned his academic career to pursue a primitive life, moving to a remote cabin without electricity or running water near Lincoln, Montana, where he lived as a recluse while learning survival skills to become self-sufficient. After witnessing the destruction of the wilderness surrounding his cabin, he concluded that living in nature was becoming impossible and resolved to fight industrialization and its destruction of nature through terrorism. In 1979, Kaczynski became the subject of what was, by the time of his arrest, the longest and most expensive investigation in the history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The FBI used the case identifier Unabomber, University and Airline Bomber, before his identity was known, resulting in the media naming him the Unabomber. In 1995, Kaczynski sent a letter to the New York Times promising to desist from terrorism if the Times or the Washington Post published his manifesto, in which he argued that his bombings were extreme but necessary in attracting attention to the erosion of human freedom and dignity by modern technologies that require mass organization. The FBI and Attorney General Janet Reno pushed for the publication of the essay, which appeared in the Washington Post in September 1995. Upon reading it, Kaczynski's brother David, recognized the prose style and reported his suspicions to the FBI. Kaczynski was arrested in 1996 and, maintaining that he was sane, tried and failed to dismiss his court-appointed lawyers because they wanted him to plead insanity to avoid the death penalty. He pleaded guilty to all charges in 1998 and was sentenced to 8 consecutive life terms in prison without the possibility of parole. So, in essence, his brother snitched on him. See, this is the beauty of snitching. This is what I'm saying. Like, this whole no snitching thing. His brother might have saved dozens of more people from being injured or killed. But what's interesting about this is that Ted says that as long as they would publish his manifesto, he wouldn't do any more bombings. Now, whether or not that's true, we'll never know. But what's funny about it is that he got away with so many bombings for so long. But in the end, it was his final play that got him caught. Let's assume that Ted was a man of his explosive words and was really going to stop the bombings as long as they published his manifesto, which they did. He probably would have got away with it. Maybe. Or you know how DNA technology and CSI technology, crime investigation technology advances over years. Maybe in 2010 they would have been able to finally connect the dots. Who knows? But he could have possibly got away with it as long as he stopped the bombings for real. It was his last play to get his manifesto printed that was the nail in the coffin for him. That's what got him caught. From what I remember, because remember, his brother read the manifesto after it was published, and he was like, this sounds like my brother. And see, the mistake that Ted made was that years ago, I think he wrote a paper that was similar in the subject matter to the manifesto that was ultimately published, and he let his brother read it. And I think his brother held onto it for all those years. So when the manifesto was published and his brother read it, he was like, wait a minute, this sounds a lot like that paper that my brother gave me years ago. And he compared the two and was like, wait a minute. And that's how Ted got caught. It's just, it's so funny when you think about it. Because he really was from what I understand, a smart man. I think he had like a genius IQ and he was a mathematician. But in the end, in a way, I'm not gonna say it was ego, but it was his desire to be heard that ultimately got him caught. So this goes a little bit into his past. We're not gonna go all the way into it. We just want to get a basic understanding of his background. So this talks about his high school life. Kaczynski attended Evergreen Park Community High School where he excelled academically. He played the trombone in the marching band and was a member of the mathematics, biology, coin, and German clubs. In 1996, a former classmate said he was never really seen as a person, as an individual personality. He was always regarded as a walking brain, so to speak. During this period, Kaczynski became intensely interested in mathematics, spending hours studying and solving advanced problems. He became associated with a group of like-minded boys interested in science and mathematics known as the Briefcase Boys for their penchant for carrying briefcases. Throughout high school, Kaczynski was ahead of his classmates academically. Placed in a more advanced mathematics class, he soon mastered the material. He skipped the 11th grade, and by attending summer school, he graduated at age 15. Kaczynski was one of his school's 5 national merit finalists and was encouraged to apply to Harvard. While still at age 15, he was accepted to Harvard and entered the university on a scholarship in 1958 at age 16. A classmate later said Kaczynski was emotionally unprepared. They packed him up and sent him to Harvard before he was ready. He didn't even have a driver's license. So obviously Kaczynski was a very intelligent young man. But I think the description of him as never being seen as a person, regarded as a walking brain, stuff like that, those are the early signs of a problem. Because even smart kids can be eccentric. They can have a personality to go along with it. I mean, even the most geekiest, nerdiest guys, I don't hear them being regarded as not being seen as a person. That speaks volumes. That speaks volumes. Because even the weirdest motherfucker got a personality. Harvard University. During his first year at Harvard, Kaczynski lived at 8 Prescott Street, which was designed to accommodate the youngest, most precocious incoming students in a small, intimate living space. For the following 3 years, he lived at Eliot House. Housemates and other students at Harvard described Kaczynski as a very intelligent but socially reserved person. Kaczynski earned his Bachelor's of Arts degree in mathematics from Harvard in 1962, finishing with a GPA of 3.12. Is that good? Is the 3.12 good? I thought okay, isn't a GPA anywhere from like a 1 to a 4? Now I know 3 is passing, but being a genius, wouldn't he have like a 3? Again, I'm not. I didn't go. So I don't know. Just somebody, please let me know. Mathematics career. In 1962, Kaczynski enrolled at the University of Michigan, where he earned his master's and doctoral degrees in mathematics in 1964 and 1967, respectively. Michigan was not his first choice for postgraduate education. He had applied to the University of California, Berkeley, and the University of Chicago, both of which accepted him but offered him no teaching position or financial aid. Michigan offered him an annual grant of $2,310, equivalent to $20,693 in 2021, and a teaching post. At Michigan, Kaczynski specialized in complex analysis, specifically geometric function theory. Professor Peter Duran said of Kaczynski, he was an unusual person. He was not like the other graduate students. He was much more focused about his work. He had a drive to discover mathematical truth. George Peredian, another of his Michigan mathematics professors, said, it is not enough to say he was smart. Professor Alan Shields wrote about Kaczynski in a grade evaluation that he was the best man I have seen. Kaczynski received 1 F, 5 Bs, and 12 As in his 18 courses at the university. In 2006, he said he had unpleasant memories of Michigan and felt the university had low standards for grading, as evidenced by his relatively high grades. For a period of several weeks in 1966, Kaczynski experienced intense sexual fantasies of being female and decided to undergo gender transition. He arranged to meet with a psychiatrist but changed his mind in the waiting room and did not disclose his reasoning for making the appointment. Afterwards, enraged, he considered killing the psychiatrist and other people whom he hated. Kaczynski described this episode as a major turning point in his life. I felt disgusted about what my uncontrolled sexual cravings had almost led me to do, and I felt humiliated, and I violently hated the psychiatrist. Just then, there came a major turning point in my life like a phoenix. I burst from the ashes of my despair to a glorious new hope. Dude, this... What the hell? This is just, it's strange to me. This is strange to me because for a period of several weeks in 1966, Kaczynski experienced intense sexual fantasies of being female. Now, see, nowadays, this sort of thing is normal. This ain't even, wow, goddamn, right? This is nothing now. But what stands out about it to me is that for a few weeks, it seemed to be like this intense thing for him. And usually when you have a fetish like cross-dressing or feminization, sissification, things of that nature, usually that's something that builds and tends to kind of linger to various levels. Some people might go all the way to gender transition. Some people might just stick to cross-dressing occasionally. Some people repress it. Some people whatever, right? But it's the fact that it seemed to just flare up out of, like, why did it flare up like it did in such an intense way and then just seemed to just kind of he just was able to just brush it away like that? That's what's kind of interesting about it. To me, but again, now this sort of thing is whatever. In 1967, Kaczynski's dissertation, Boundary Functions, won the Summer B. Myers Prize for Michigan's Best Mathematics Dissertation of the Year. Alan Shields, his doctoral advisor, called it the best I've ever directed. And Maxwell Reed, a member of his dissertation committee, said, I would guess that maybe 10 or 12 men in the country understood or appreciated it. Goddamn. In late 1967, the 25-year-old Kaczynski became an acting assistant professor at the University of California, Berkeley, where he taught mathematics. By September 1968, Kaczynski was appointed assistant professor, a sign that he was on track for tenure. His teaching evaluation suggests he was not well liked by his students. He seemed uncomfortable teaching, taught straight from the textbook, and refused to answer questions. Without any explanation, Kaczynski resigned in June 30th, 1969. In a 1970 letter directed to Kaczynski's thesis advisor, Alan Shields, written by the chairman of the mathematics department, John W. Addison. Oh, give me a second here. Putting lotion on my face. I know, very unprofessional. Just give me a second. This is some good lotion too. Hemp Coconut Malibu Hemp Lotion Body Moisturizer. Highly recommend it. Oh, okay. Mathematics department, John W. Addison Jr., the professor, referred to the resignation as quite out of the blue and markedly added that Kaczynski seemed almost pathologically shy, and that as far as he knew, Kaczynski made no close friends in the department, furthermore noting that efforts to bring him more into the swing of things had failed. So even as a teacher, you know, he's exhibiting some very strange behaviors, especially refusing to answer questions. That almost sounds like someone who's like extremely autistic, and like what really, like, damn, like what was his reasoning? Was he just incapable of properly socializing with people, or was it did he have like a disgust with people and he consciously chose not to? Just not sure. Life in Montana. After resigning from Berkeley, Kaczynski moved to his parents' home in Lombard, Illinois. 2 years later, in 1971, he moved to a remote cabin he had built outside Lincoln, Montana, where he could live a simple life with little money and without electricity or running water, working odd jobs and receiving significant financial support from his family. Kaczynski's original goal was to become self-sufficient so he could live autonomously. I can just imagine that his family being like, God damn. I mean, you have a genius son who goes to Harvard at 16 years old. By 25, what, he's a professor or something? And then he's like, well, mom, I'm going to go live in the woods. Damn, that's got to be such a fucking disappointment. I mean, and look, at least someone like me, I'm a regular guy. Nobody expected me to be a doctor or something. Just the fact that I managed to stay out of jail and not get fat bitches pregnant is a miracle in of itself. But for Ted, I mean, you're a genius. You're supposed to be like a wealthy professor by age 30 or something. But I digress. He used an old bicycle to get to town, and a volunteer at the local library said he visited frequently to read classic works in their original languages. Other Lincoln residents said later that such a lifestyle was not unusual in the area. Kaczynski's cabin was described by a census taker in 1990 census as containing a bed, 2 chairs, storage trunks, a gas stove, and lots of books. Starting in 1975, Kaczynski performed acts of sabotage, including arson and booby trapping against developments near to his cabin. He also dedicated himself to reading about sociology and political philosophy, including the works of Jacques Ellul. Kaczynski's brother David later stated that Ellul's book, The Technological Society, became Ted's Bible. Kaczynski recounted in 1998, when I read the book for the first time, I was delighted because I thought, here is someone who is saying what I've already been thinking. In an interview after his arrest, Kaczynski recalled being shocked on a hike to one of his favorite wild spots. It's kind of rolling country, not flat. And when you get to the edge of it, you find these ravines that cut very deeply into cliff-like drop-offs, and there was even a waterfall there. It was about a 2 days hike from my cabin that was the best spot until the summer of 1983. That summer, there were too many people around my cabin, so I decided I needed some peace. I went back to the plateau and when I got there, I found they had put a road right through the middle of it. You just can't imagine how upset I was. It was from that point on I decided that rather than trying to acquire further wilderness skills, I would work on getting back at the system, revenge. Kaczynski was visited multiple times in Montana by his father, who was impressed by Ted's wilderness skills. Kaczynski's father was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer in 1990 and held a family meeting without Kaczynski later that year to map out their future. On October 2nd, 1990, Kaczynski's father committed suicide by shooting himself in his home. So perhaps the struggle with terminal lung cancer was just too painful and decided to just go ahead and take himself out the game. But I can imagine just the way he described, going out to the wilderness and having that spot that's so beautiful. And then he goes back there a while later and there's a road. You know that commercial with the Indian looking at the roads cutting through the lands of America that used to be wild and roaming with life and trees, and then the Indian starts crying. That's kind of how I imagine Ted in that situation. It's kind of sad, actually. So bombings. Between 1978 and 1995, Kaczynski mailed or hand-delivered a series of increasingly sophisticated bombs that cumulatively killed 3 people and injured 23 others. 16 bombs were attributed to Kaczynski, while the bombing devices varied wildly through the years. Many contained the initials FC, which Kaczynski later said stood for Freedom Club. Freedom Club. This fucking genius mathematician, this fucking IQ god, and the best he came up with to name his group, or quote unquote group organization, is the Freedom Club. That's so underwhelming. That sounds like some shit that I would come up with. Freedom Club. Yeah, I have an IQ of 200. What's your movement? The Freedom Club. Oh man. Peace gang. Whatever. Inscribed on parts inside, he purposely left misleading clues in the devices and took extreme care in preparing them to avoid leaving fingerprints. Fingerprints found on some of the devices did not match those found on letters attributed to Kaczynski. So did he put fake fingerprints on some of the devices? Like, did he collect other people's fingerprints? Maybe he got people to touch things for him and then made them parts of the bomb. I remember when I was watching the documentary, they talked about the makeup of the bombs and how there seemed to be certain pieces of the bombs that didn't seem to be like necessary, like little unnecessary parts. And maybe that's what they mean when he says like he left misleading clues in the devices. Like, hey John, hey, could you hold this real quick? I gotta tie my shoes. Thanks, John. And you know, because now they got fingerprints. They gotta find this guy. Okay. Hold up, is that it? Okay, yeah. So that's it with the backstory of Ted and his strange ways and his interesting lifestyle up until that point. Now we're gonna get into his actual manifesto. So stay tuned. I wonder why. Oh, okay. Make sure everything is hold on, give me a second here. Okay, so now we are about to jump right into the manifesto. And I'm not gonna read the whole thing, obviously. Most of what I'm covering is gonna be the first third of it. If you're interested, you can continue to read the rest. It's real easy to find. There's an audio version on YouTube. You can find a PDF easily just by typing it in. But again, it's not long. It's not really not too long, but I just won't have enough time to cover everything. So I just want to get into the basics of the early portion of it, and then you can continue to look into it if you're interested. So, Industrial Society and Its Future by Theodore Kaczynski, 1995. Introduction. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries but have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering in the third world, to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted several severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may lead to increased physical suffering even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering. but only after passing through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. You know what flashed through my mind as I read that? Now, obviously, you can connect some of the things that he's saying to countries like America, home of the brave, home of the free. I got you. But if you look at a place like China, doesn't China really just seem like the end game of exactly what the fuck Ted is talking about? Very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. I mean, that's exactly how a lot of Americans look at people living in China. Like they're just cogs in a big machine where they don't have dignity and autonomy. It continues, if the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful. But the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown would be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. So I guess what he's trying to say is that as the technological industrial society progresses, our dependence on it is going to grow more and more and more. And if we get to a point where we recognize that we need to dismantle this relationship between man and industrial society, technology, and whatnot, it's going to be harder to make that separation as time goes on. I mean, you just look at us now and how dependent we are on things like the internet. I remember when I was a teenager, the internet was something that everybody wasn't even really engaged with, because you had to have you literally had to disconnect your phone and plug it into the computer, the modem, just to have internet. And so that got in the way of other people using the phone. So and I remember all that. And now even I see 5, 6, 7-year-olds walking around with smartphones and tablets, iPads and things like that. And it's like even my PS4 connects to the internet, my laptop, both of my phones. We go to different places. We can connect to the internet via Wi-Fi. I mean, just look at how much our reliance on the internet has grown in a relatively short amount of time. Because there's a big difference between when I was, say, 15 years ago and where I am now at 30. And so just imagine having to make that separation between us and the internet. And that's just one thing. And how hard that will be for the average person who's become acclimated to having damn near constant internet access. He continues, we therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be, well, it kind of did, Ted. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that, but we do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. But wouldn't that be basically the same thing? Because I would imagine that the government is heavily tied to the advancement of the economic and technological basis of present society. I don't think you can just skip the overthrowing the government part to get what you want done. I don't think they're gonna just go ahead and do that. I mean, I get it. It's not like a right wing versus left wing thing. I got that aspect of it. But what I'm saying is, I doubt that the government is going to just like go hand in hand with you to sending everybody back to the goddamn wilderness. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of the industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean that we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. You notice how Ted says "we" to give off the idea that it's a big group, or at least a small group of people working together doing these elaborate bombings. I mean, look, I get it. That's smart, because that "we" adds a bit more fear to it all. Like, oh, this is a terrorist group. It's not just one crazy guy that you can easily take down in the woods somewhere. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism. So a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialist collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as in psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Now, I thought this was interesting because look at how he specifically points out politically correct types. And you know that right now in our current culture and society, political correctness is this big thing where, like, that's part of the reason why you see people getting canceled left and right. That's why you see people being shamed and attacked for things that are really seem to be, trivial and petty because of the abundance of politically correct types, as he said, and the just how much power political correctness seems to have in our society right now. And then he also lists things like feminists, gays, disability activists. And again, these are things that we see a lot of in our culture now. The rise of feminism, and as well as the rise of the LGBT community. When you look at the fact that, we have a whole month dedicated to niggas sucking dick now, right? So him pointing out these specific things, and not to say that these things weren't already there during his time, but what's interesting about it is that you can see how much they have grown by comparison. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in a strict sense, but a whole spectrum of related traits. Low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The terms Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on its replacement by animal companion. Leftist anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that any primitive culture is inferior to our own. Now, this stood out to me because you can definitely see so many instances of our culture, our society now, where it's like you have these no-no words. I remember online, these motherfuckers got mad at me because I referred to transsexuals as trannies. And I was like, wait, that's a slur now? And have you ever heard some people are saying that calling a transsexual a trap is a slur? I'm like, wait, what? Since when was trap meant something derogatory? And even something like retarded. Retarded is that's a clinical scientific term for someone who has mental disability or mental illness, mental shortcomings. Retarded is not a derogatory word, but it's like words that were once just meant to mean something harmless seem to take on a life of its own and suddenly become designated as these no-no words, these bad words. And that's exactly what he's talking about. And again, this hypersensitivity, that's something that we see a lot of in our culture now. People are very sensitive. I remember today I saw this headline where people were upset because of a Nipsey Hussle joke on Family Guy. And from what I can see, the joke wasn't even that extreme or anything. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is Family Guy. Family Guy did jokes like a fucking 9/11 joke one time and nobody said anything. And I just think that it's something that we are able to identify that's happening, and it's becoming more and more extreme as time goes along. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftist anthropologists. Again, hypersensitivity. Definitely something that we see in our culture today. Many leftists have an intense identification with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak women, defeated American Indians, repellent homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychologists. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America. They hate Western civilization. They hate white males. They hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth, but where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive countries, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist real motives for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. So let's try to break this down a little bit. Now, he makes the claim that leftists have an intense identification with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak because they themselves feel that these groups are inferior. Now, I can neither confirm nor deny this. I haven't dived that deep into leftist psychology to know exactly why. You know, honestly, in my view, I always saw it as being, how do I say, I always saw it as being, I guess the way I see it is that it's more genuine than what he is implying. I always felt it was more like when you see a homeless person, well, depending, right? Or if you see a homeless child, you want to help him. If you see someone who's down bad, if you see someone who's troubled, if someone who's going through a problem, naturally you want to help him. And so I've always given leftists the benefit of the doubt when it has come to certain levels of like their social justice crusades. Because certainly there has been discrimination against groups such as my own race, African Americans, homosexuals, women. You know, these aren't just fabricated problems. But I also think that identity politics taken to the extreme can become toxic. And I think that's kind of what he's alluding to in his later point about how leftists hate anything powerful. They hate white males, they hate, etc. It's like building up everybody else. And again, that building up, he implies that it's due to a sort of a projecting of how they view these groups as being inferior. Again, I'm not sure. I just always assume that it's just natural to want to do good for people who seem to be doing bad. But when taken to the extreme, as you build up these groups, you begin to resent the side that you see as the enemy. You begin to resent America. You begin to resent men. You begin to resent heterosexuals. You begin to resent white males, like things of that nature. And I think he makes a very solid point when he says that the reasons that leftists give for hating the West clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out these faults when they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist real motives for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. And see, I think a pretty good example of this is how we look at slavery. Especially in America, whenever we talk about slavery or discuss slavery, why am I saying that weird now? Or discuss slavery, it's always how whites enslaved the blacks. We don't talk about how blacks even participated in the enslavement of our own race. We don't talk about how I believe that the Arabics or Muslims, the Middle Easterns, they practice slavery of blacks as well. I believe I saw a video from Stephen Molyneux who discussed this in depth, and how the Arabs, they were much more brutal in their treatment of African slaves than even the white people. And then you see when people talk about, the Jewish participation in slave trade. Oh, don't even go there. Don't even start talking. Don't even go there, right? But we can talk about the white man and how bad they were all day. We can talk about everything they did to the black slaves endlessly. I haven't seen not one movie about black slaves in the Middle East. I ain't seen not one. But you can find 110 slave movies about 1,001 slave movies about black slaves in America enslaved by white people. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. And generally speaking, obviously, women are not. I mean, if we're talking brute strength, I mean, come on. We got that. We got that. But I think realistically speaking, I think even some hardcore feminists can admit that on a physical level, men are more powerful. I think that for women, a lot of it has to do with wanting to prove that they can excel in certain power positions. Like, okay, I can't beat men in a boxing match, but there's no reason why I can't be CEO of a business. There's no reason why I can't be a senator. There's no reason why I can't be the president. There's no reason why I can't run my own business. There's no reason why I can't be a manager. I think, again, just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't think most feminists literally think that they can train up to beat prime Mike Tyson. But I do remember that there was that female basketball player that was challenging male players because they thought that. So there are some delusional women out there. But again, I'm just giving the benefit of the doubt where I see that I can. Modern leftist philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, transsexualism, I threw that in there, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundations of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined, but it is obvious that modern leftist philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally in their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftists hate science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, failed, inferior. The leftist feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection by many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. Thus, if a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's because he has not been brought up properly. Now, see, I think a good example of his first point about how they dismiss science, objective reality, and since everything is culturally relative. The whole debate about transsexualism, and you remember when everybody was saying, "What is a woman?" that right there is a prime example of exactly what the fuck he's talking about. That whole bullshit with the "what is a woman" is exactly what he's talking about. And see, it's true, and this is what he says, it's true that one can ask serious questions about the foundations of scientific knowledge and how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftist philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally. And so, remember, again, what is a woman? People who ask that question would have you believe that I'm Mr. Cool-headed, Mr. Cool-headed, philosopher, science guy trying to break down reality, when in reality, it's more so about their emotional involvement in the issue of the transsexual phenomenon. And so you would have conversations like this, right? What is a woman? A woman has a vagina. What if the woman was born without a vagina? or what if she was a hermaphrodite? They would throw out these what if this, what if that, etc., etc. And you know what? That's cool. But then you could use that same argument for just about anything. If I say, what is a dog? And then you say, well, a dog is a four-legged. Hold up, wait a minute. Or what if the dog was born with two legs? What if the dog can't smell? What if the dog can't bark? Basically, whatever traits you would use to describe and identify a woman, they would break it down by saying, what if the woman doesn't have this or that? And again, that's a fun conversation to have. But you can say that about just about anything. And so questions like, what is a woman? It's a cover-up. It's a convenient cover-up for their emotional involvement in the issue itself. It's not about breaking down the foundation of reality. It's about finding any way to support their cause. And that's exactly what he's talking about. And I think the whole issue with what is a woman is exactly that. That was a convenient conversation piece to back up their argument. Oh, you say a woman is this, what if she don't have that? But we're not going to have that same conversation trying to describe what an apple is, what a dog is, what a book is, what up is, what is a hat. We're not going to have that because you don't really care about that. You just care about backing up your emotional feelings involved in the transsexual issue. That's exactly what was going on. And as well, another point that he makes, let me see. The leftist feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection by many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because of such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. So now I haven't gone down this rabbit hole too far because really I don't care about shit like this. But we all know that there are genetic differences between the races. There are certain, like for example, I'm of African descent. We tend to have curly hair, darker skin. We tend to have larger lips, bigger nose, etc. And because of the melanin in our skin, we're better protected against UV rays and sun damage. Again, these are just genetic traits that are generally unique to my race. And then you look at Asian people, they tend to have certain genetic qualities about them that are unique to them, as far as like the shape of their eyes. The same can be said about just about any race. We have certain differences between the races. Now, the superficial things we tend not to care so much about. You know, the texture or the makeup of your hair, whether it's curly or straight, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And unless you're a black woman desperately fighting, trying to make your hair straight, but I digress. Yeah, but things like that are superficial. We don't really care about that. We don't care about how Asian people, like why Asian people have those like slanted looking eyes. I heard that it was because they grew up in like very windy environments, so they were always squinting. I'm not exactly sure. Of course, blacks, we have a lot of melanin in our skin because we grew up in hot, very hot, high temperature lands, etc., etc. These things we tend not to argue about or care much about because, again, it's mostly superficial. These aren't game changers as far as how we deal with each other. But when you start talking about things like IQ, if you're to say, okay, Asian people are superior to whites when it comes to IQ in general, or blacks are superior to this, whites are superior to that here, for whatever reason, like when you start talking about stuff like IQ and because I know in particular when it comes to blacks, people like to talk about, you know, 13% of the population but responsible for 50% of the murders, and they tie that to blacks having a higher tendency towards violence and antisocial behavior. Again, that's a whole rabbit hole we can go down later. But that's one of the conversations that people tend to not want to have, to acknowledge that one race could be smarter than another. One race could be physically stronger than another. One race could have a greater tendency towards violence than another. That's when the conversation becomes taboo. And we tend to stay away from that. And so now he begins to talk about over-socialization. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism. I just gotta say, I hope this episode doesn't get my YouTube channel deleted. God damn, because some of this shit is like too... some of this shit is like, I don't even know. I need to upload this shit. We're going places with this one. Okay. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and the behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectations than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts, and socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on rails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. So I think this is another good point, because when you grow up in really any community, there are certain rules laid out for you. There are certain expectations that the people around you want you to live up to. There are certain things you should do, certain things you shouldn't do. Certain ways you should dress, certain ways you shouldn't dress. Certain things you should say, certain things you should say, right? There are different rules for every different community, society, etc. So I think this is kind of an inevitability of just living amongst people. But I think when he says over socialize, like, I don't think he means to say that socialization is bad in of itself. Because really, it's inevitable within any community, even a small one. But when you grow up in a much larger community, as we tend to do, you know, towns, small cities, large cities, the social rules, the expectations tend to become greater and greater and greater. Like, just for example, if you look at a African tribe, just something random, an African tribe somewhere, yes, there are going to be rules, there are going to be taboos, there are going to be expectations, but it's going to be much less complex. You know, someone living in an African tribe somewhere, he doesn't have to worry about, you said you posted a bad word on Twitter and you embarrassed us. You got everybody in trouble, you know? Or look at those shoes you got on. Those shoes are ugly. Look, nobody's wearing shoes. I think in bigger communities, the amount of rules that we have to live by are much greater. I think the amount of taboos that we're expected to avoid are much greater as well. And like he says, these become constraints. Depending on how you choose to live. You know, some people are more rebellious. Some people are more antisocial. And depending on how far you go with that, sometimes that's what leads people to landing in jail or in prison. That's what leads people to being ostracized and not being accepted within groups. But generally speaking, it's something that we all have to deal with. We all just deal with it differently. The power process. Human beings have a need for something that we would call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it's not quite the same thing. The power process has 4 elements. The 3 most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The 4th element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he would develop serious psychological problems. At first, he would have a lot of fun, but by and by, he would become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. So what he's talking about here reminds me of that old saying, strong men create good times create weak men create bad times create strong, the cycle, so to speak. Whereas through struggle, men become more focused, organized, militant, and strong, and they end up creating a prosperous society or community or civilization. But that prosperity ultimately leads to people becoming more decadent and hedonistic because there's so much less struggling. And so this decay of the people and their strength and focus ultimately leads to the deterioration of the civilization as a whole. This causes chaos, and then out of that chaos, at some point, is going to rise the strongest group or a stronger group, whether that's an enemy country or some political faction within that country that aims to change things. Like when you look at the recent events in the Middle East, what was it, Iraq or Afghanistan, where as the Americans pulled out, you see how the Taliban came right back in. And in a way, you could say that America kind of entered. This all depends on perspective. I'm not saying this as an absolute fact. It's a matter how you look at it. But you could say that America bringing its values to that land was an introduction of decadence, hedonism, or at least an erosion of the core values that were once the standard of the Middle East or Iraq, Afghanistan. I forget which one. And as the Taliban swoop right back in, again, that's the strong force that rises out of the chaos of America leaving. And then they reinstate the focus, the strength, the rules, and this and that. And I think another good example of that is when you look at, especially with celebrities, musicians, artists, movie stars, you see it all the time, where they become wealthy, they become popular, they become famous and successful. And with all of that, the world is in the palm of their hands. They have access to anything they could want. They can have as many women as they want. They can do as many drugs as they want. They can eat as much food as they want, this and that. And see, a lot of times you see that a lot of celebrities can't really deal with the success, and then decadence and hedonism tends to follow because they don't have to struggle anymore, pretty much. A lot of these guys they don't have to work anymore. Once you make over a certain amount of money, once you've made millions, the drive to perfect your craft and stay focused is going to be hard to keep that. It's kind of like what boxers say. It's hard to get up and run at 4 a.m. when you wake up in silk pajamas. And so you see this a lot with celebrities. That's why a lot of them end up later on overweight, addicted to drugs, marital problems, several baby mamas, failed relationships, things of that nature. Because again, the decadence that tends to come when you no longer have to struggle and have access to everything. And I think that undeniably we see that to varying degrees in our culture, because we don't have to forage for food anymore. A lot of our basic needs are either taken care of for us or can be easily purchased as a service. And so that opens up a lot of room in our lives for unnecessary things. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisure aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. You know, I can remember when I went through my lowest point, when I was dealing with depression. My mom didn't understand why I was depressed. She thought I was depressed because I didn't have a girlfriend. Funny enough, I was actually depressed because I didn't feel like I had the self-discipline and control and the willpower to attain the goals that I set for myself. I was constantly failing to do the things that I felt like I needed to do. And with that came defeatism, low self-esteem, depression. That was precisely what I went through. Fortunately, I managed to fight my way out of that. Looking back, I think it was an issue of expecting too much too soon. Being someone who, and you know, I don't like to make excuses, but reality is what it is. Being someone who wasn't raised right, raised by a single mother, raised in a house with a crackhead, things like that, not having any good positive influences in my life. I think a lot of that held me back as far as my development. So it took me longer to figure things out and build myself up as a man. But I think that the issue I went through as far as depression, a lot of it had to do with the failure to attain goals, just like he said. When I think back, that's what really made my mind break during that time in my life. Sure, get activities, but not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and a few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. And I think this is something else that I can see in my own life. If I'm being, and probably a lot of us too, if we're being completely honest, and we can see it all around us. I mean, just for example, when you look at my interest in music, you know, if I was off in the wilderness somewhere and I had to forage for food and build a cabin on the day, I couldn't worry about shit like that. I couldn't worry about making mixtapes and albums. I couldn't worry about trying to beat Resident Evil 1, no save, no death. Look at speedrunners, for example. There's no way in hell as human beings we would make time for beating a video game faster than anybody else if we were in the wild and had to survive and compete for mates and compete for food, and every day was a struggle. And so a lot of what we do within civilized society really is surrogate activities, as he likes to call it. Now, I'm not as, I guess the way he talks about it, there's like a negative connotation he attaches to it, but I do believe that you can get a great sense of fulfillment out of activities that go beyond the satisfaction of your basic needs and basic necessities. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward. Yeah, and just another example, because it hit my mind. Something like running, because I'm a runner myself. I like to run. And a lot of people are into running. Look at people like David Goggins. He's made a whole big deal about his running exploits and achievements and whatnot. You know, running his legs into dust. But you see, in the wild, we would have been running from fucking animals. We would have been running from saber-tooths, running from lions, running from predators, or running after prey, running after deers, chasing down prey for food, chasing down bison or boar, chasing down animals for meat and furs and skins, etc. So the goals that we set up artificially in a lot of ways are connected to things that we would have had to do naturally if we were still living in the wild, if we weren't living in a civilized society. Like, the guys who have to hunt for food, they don't have to wake up and say, oh, it's 5 o'clock, let me go running. No, they get up and I gotta eat. That's why I'm running. I'm running 3 miles over where I know there's food, and then I gotta run back with a fucking with fucking 20 pounds of meat across my back, across my shoulders. That's how they stay in shape. Whereas a lot of things that we do, again, is artificial. Or let us say merely for the cake. The what? The cock of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this. If he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a very and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had to spend his time working at interesting non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. Now, you know how I feel about the last part there. Me, Mr. MGTOW virgin. but specifically what he said, on the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, feel deprived if they pass their lives without ever having a relationship, etc., etc. And you know, I've always acknowledged the fact that I'm kind of an exception. I think guys who are like MGTOW, wizards, Volcel, herbivore males, we are obviously a minority who, for whatever reason, don't feel deprived of happiness and fulfillment because we're not having sex. And you know what? Just to touch on that briefly, because it's something that I always kind of wondered about, because I've never understood guys who felt deprived because of not having sex, and that's fair. They don't understand me, but I always thought maybe it's possible that some guys are just built like that to reduce competition over mates. Like maybe like it's part of our design that some of us don't have that same drive, just to reduce like competition for mates. And even Ted himself, I mean, I can't speak on his fulfillment or whatever, but he won't fucking bitches as far as I know. So he could have been one of those guys as well, but I'm not sure. But certainly, when you look at the number of guys who are bothered by being single, are bothered by not having access to sexual partners and whatnot. We look at the incel community. We look at the guys who turn to things like PUA, dating coaches, red pill, etc., to help them find women, to get into relationships, have sex. It is something that tends to create a void in a lot of men's lives, and these men aren't always, basement dwelling weirdos. Sometimes it's the guy who has his life in order, but he feels a void because he doesn't have a relationship. In modern industrial society, only minimum effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence and, most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. So I think, obviously, again, what he calls surrogate activities, it's an inevitability of civilization, because as our basic needs become more and more easier to achieve and satisfy, we have more space open in our lives for more activities. And really, quite frankly, these are the things that allow civilization to advance in the first place. Now, I understand that the tone and the purpose of this manifesto is against the industrialization of civilization and technology and things of that nature. But, that's not my personal point of view. I can see why these things could be problematic, but look, I'm a man of civilization. But I think that a lot of the things that he lists is kind of an inevitability. And these are also the things that allow us to advance as a civilization. Because again, going back to the African tribe or whatever, whatever tribe, primitive tribe you want to use as an example, you're not going to see things like social justice movements and shit like that. You're not going to see a particular portion of an African tribe saying, you know what, we need to start a movement. we need to start a movement for the disabled members of our tribe, or the deformed members of our tribe, or we need to do something for the tribe next over. Let's do something for them. Let's start a group because, like, we're a wealthy tribe, they're a poor tribe. Let's get up and I don't know. Let's do something. No, fuck them. We're winning, they're losing. They're lucky we don't go over there and fucking murder them and rape all their women. You don't see stuff like that, political activism and stuff in tribes and shit. They don't have time for that. Their whole lives revolve around basic survival, hunting, eating, mating, building, creating baskets and clothing and whatnot. They ain't got time to have a goddamn Pride Month for the two gay guys in the tribe. They don't have time for that shit. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals. That is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process was already fulfilled. One indication of this is, in fact, in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always farther and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that's because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. You know, I think for many, if not most people, and this is what he says, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied or never at rest. Now, I think the problem with this point is that regardless of whether you're someone who's engaged in surrogate activities or someone who is living a more primitive, simpler lifestyle where your focus is on your basic survival needs, I think either way, you're kind of never at rest. Because even if you are living in the wilderness, you can't just stop. You can't just stop and be happy and be okay. You got to continually work to satisfy your basic needs. The same way that the person who is using surrogate activities for fulfillment or happiness or joy has to continually, like he said, the runner keeps running, the scientist keeps solving problems, etc., etc. The moneymaker. I think really that's more so just the human condition. Happiness is the process of doing. And whenever you stop doing, I think it's almost inevitable that you're going to begin to kind of deteriorate mentally and physically. I remember I was reading this book on philosophy, and there was a part in it where I forgot the guy's name, but he said that, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically said that what he found that as he got older, he needed to stay busier to keep his mental health and mood in a good state. And so again, I think that this constant moving, this constant need for achievement is, again, it's the human condition. But the difference is with surrogate activities, it's more like you're pushing for more and more and more. Whereas with the trying to satisfy your basic needs, it's like there's only so many levels to eating to the point where you're full and satisfied. It's like, as a basketball player, you could break it down into level 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 40, 50, 100, right? 100 being Michael Jordan or something like that. You could, in theory, endlessly improve your game, but eating is just eating. You eat and you eat to satisfy your hunger needs. So I think that the satisfying your basic needs is simpler because there isn't the need for constant pushing of the goalposts for a greater sense of fulfillment. Sex is sex, eating is eating, sleep is sleep, warmth is warmth, shelter is shelter. But at the end of the day, you still have to continually work on that. You can't build a shelter and then live in it for one day and then that's it. You gotta maintain that. So I think the maintenance of fulfillment and happiness is just part of the human condition. But satisfying basic needs is simpler than having to constantly solve different problems, having to learn how to play this game and that game and how to make $1 million, now $1 billion, you know. So, sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society, they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for humans. I thought I heard something. Human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of population that lives in them. And modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power mowers, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, a natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around. And modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of society as well. and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. So what he's saying is, because you see a lot of like left versus right ideology these days, and of course conservatives, they take issues with the breakdown, the traditional family, traditional gender roles, the man being the head of the household, the woman being submissive, housewife, cooking and cleaning, etc., etc. And what he's saying is that the breakdown of traditional values is something that's just going to happen, period, as technology advances, unchecked and populations begin to grow and become more denser within a particular environment. But I like the point that he makes about overcrowding and how it increases aggression and problems. What he says about noise making devices and things like that. Because a good example is when you hear stories about, you know, somebody was playing the radio too loud. And then somebody had to call the cops on, oh, my neighbors are playing music too loud. They called the police. Now there's an issue. Oh, them bitch ass niggas over there call the police. You know, or somebody got pit bulls. And now pit bulls running around the damn neighborhood and shit like that. Then the pit bull bites somebody. You know, if they were on a farm somewhere, it wouldn't have mattered having a pit bull off the leash because it's on your land and he's only going to stray but so far. But in a neighborhood where people live side by side each other, you got dogs loose. Now it's everybody's issue. Shit in people's yards, the dog chasing kids and barking and shit like that. You know, that's how living closer together creates conflict and issues between people. In a way, I can see where he's coming from, because when you have more space between people, it gives them a greater sense of freedom and leg room, so to speak, to just kind of stretch out and live life as they want. I play my music as loud as I want to. I come outside butt ass naked if I want to. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also prompted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating themselves from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community. Because if the internal loyalties of the small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. And see, this makes me think of the cultural differences between certain countries and societies when it comes to things like, at what age should children move out of the parental home? Because obviously in America, we have this whole, move out at 18. If you don't, you're a loser thing and whatnot. But when you look at other cultures, it's not like that. In some cultures, it's much more normalized for adult children to continue to live with their parents. And of course, you know, to work and to marry and have kids, etc. But you notice that it's not as taboo for the adult children of parents to live with them longer, because it's seen as them sort of sticking together and staying strong together, pooling their resources together so that life is easier for everyone. Instead of you paying rent over there and living paycheck to paycheck, you pay rent to your parents or contribute to your parents' home. You save more. You don't have to work as hard. And that's why I've always been a believer in, of course, not living with your parents forever. Don't get me wrong. But I've always been a believer that families should stick together more. and work together more, pool resources together more. You know, you don't have to be living with your mom at 30 like me, but you know, if you say stayed with them till 21, 25 and worked and saved money and bought a car, paid a car off, that could give you a head start in different ways as far as like not having to jump into living paycheck to paycheck and being miserable. And while you're doing all that, you're making life for your family, your parents easier as well. I've always seen the potential in that. That's why I've always questioned the whole move out at 18 thing. I think there's a benefit to that as far as like sort of hardening you to the harshness of independent living earlier. Like there's definitely a benefit, but I think there's a downside that people don't talk about enough, where a lot of people just end up getting caught up in the wage slave cycle, where again, it's just like he says, your allegiance and loyalty is really more so to the system than your own family. Cause all you're doing is you're just throwing rent money into the void and you don't own anything. Even when you buy a house, you don't really own it because you got to pay property taxes. And I just think that's an example of how, again, the whole move out 18, I think that's one of the ways in which the system has sort of, I'm not going to say brainwashed, but I think that it's one of the ways that it has weakened the family unit and our potential and what we can do when we actually work together as a family instead of saying everybody go off and do your own thing. Suppose that a public official or a corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very efficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only those small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. And see, and look, man, look, I get it. I'm Mr. 30-year-old. Look, and I'm not trying to make excuses here. Because the fact is, you know, I'm not going to sit here and act like my plan was to relive my mom at 30, you know, but at the same time, I've always saw the potential in families sticking together longer with a goal in mind, which is key. But it took me a while to gather. I lost my train of thought there. But what I've noticed, and see, this is the problem that I have when we have this conversation about, you know, what age and shaming people for moving back in with their parents and whatnot. This is the problem that I have with that. What this does is that it excuses the system and the government for their mismanagement and their wrongdoings, and they're taking advantage of us. Because see, instead of saying, okay, why are these people having to move back home? Why can't these people afford rent? Why can't they afford to own a home? We blame each other. Oh, you a broke motherfucker. You're lazy. You're this. You're that. Right? We never say, look, maybe the rent really is too high. Maybe gas really is too high. Maybe food really is too high. And see, what I think is the problem with this whole situation is that we get to the point where we blame and shame each other, but never look at the possibility that the people, the system, is run by are mismanaging things and taking advantage of us and robbing us blind and using deceitful practices to make it so life is harder than it needs to be. Rent is higher than it needs to be. Gas is higher than it needs to be. Food is higher than it needs to be. Basic necessities are higher than it needs to be. And I think it's important to find that right balance. I'm not saying that, again, just everybody live with your mama forever. But I think at some point we have to say, hold up, maybe rent really is too fucking high. Because if it's always your fault, if it's always the next man's fault, then the government can just take as much as it wants. And we have to submit to that. Because then the narrative is always going to be, well, you're lazy, you're this, you're that, that's why. And I think that's what we have to be careful about. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change imposed on him, whereas the 19th century frontiersman had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire county might have only a couple of hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern county is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate, it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine as Americans ventured out west many, many years ago and was setting up settlements and communities, you had to make your own rules sometimes. Like you had to say, okay, well, this guy is going to be the sheriff. This is the deputy. But look, sometimes the sheriff is just going to say, look, I need Bob, Joe, and Tom to get your guns and back me up. They're not even really law enforcement, but law enforcement, like, you guys are just men of the community and say, look, I need you guys to help me out with this. These bank robbers, these guys robbed the bank, or they robbed this place and they're hiding out here. They'll get some of the townspeople. You don't see stuff like that now. The police aren't gonna get regular guys to get their guns and back them up somewhere. They'll call backup from the government. The FBI come in, SWAT team, something like that. But in these communities that were set up by, small groups of people, yeah, like you had a certain sense of control over your communities. Because even if you weren't the sheriff, even if you weren't the deputy, you getting up to protect your own wasn't like some big deal. Or you going out and building a cabin or setting up a farm, it wasn't like you had to pay property taxes. Or like nobody's gonna come and take anything from you. It was yours. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. I was just thinking about some of the shit we got to deal with in modern society as far as not having control. I remember this story about the dad who got in trouble because he was trying to get in the way of, I think, his son being prescribed like hormone therapy, hormone replacement therapy, medication or something like that. And that's the type of shit that I'm talking about. You would have never seen something like like this years ago, where somebody else is coming into your home and saying, no, your son is gonna get. You don't have the right to stop your son from taking taking hormone replacement therapy. And this isn't an argument against transsexuals or whatever. It's just the point of, I think that's like a very goofy example of how we've lost control of our own homes, of our own space, or even and let me be very careful how I say, but you guys remember the needle in the arm situation, and how some people didn't really have much of a choice because, job security was being threatened. That's exactly what he's talking about. That loss of control, that loss of autonomy. No, you're going to do what we say. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critiques of the second half of the 20th century is a sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names such as anomic or middle class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism, I feel like I'm saying that wrong, is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be fully satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless. Nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. Needle in the arm. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault, unless it is the fault of some imaginary and personal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the result of chance, but are imposed on him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Fuck this guy because he blew people the hell up, but he really dropped some he dropped some real knowledge with this one. I'm not even gonna lie. And I think this is where I'm gonna stop it. If you guys want to read more, you can go on. But this, to me, this is probably my favorite part of the manifesto. And how he illustrates the difference between a man who only has to deal with the threat of nature versus the man who has to deal with the threat of other men who govern and control many different aspects of his life. Like he said, war. There's a draft. You're drafted to war. You have to go fight. If you don't, you go to prison. That's humiliating. It's frustrating. It's humiliating. Angry. Taxes. I mean, don't even have to go in on that. You tax for this. Car tax, property tax, sales tax. And we have no control over it. Well, outside of, voting and whatnot. But again, that as the individual man, you can't secure the amount of change necessary to get your way all the time. Because we live in a quote unquote democracy. So you might want things to be one way. Oh, I'm voting against property tax, but then everybody else votes for it for whatever reason. And then boom, you got to deal with it. You're against mass immigration. You want steps to be taken to take care of that. It doesn't happen because of voting and decisions of people who are in position to make those changes, not making those changes. And so you have to deal with that. You want to be able to stand your ground and protect yourself if somebody attacks you. But now you live in a duty to flee state instead of a stand your ground state. It's stuff like that. You want to smoke weed, but it's illegal. You want to do coke. Look, I don't know. But I think that is such a great point that his crazy, demonic, evil ass. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this guy is fucking evil. I mean, fuck it. Like, I don't care about the fact that he might have not got attention. The fact that he killed people and all that, like, look, he's bad. But I gotta say, I think in his manifesto, he does make quite a few solid points. I don't agree with everything, but in particular, the humiliation of living in a civilization is real. When all these things are, and again, like I said, needle in the arm. Oh, you're not gonna take it? You're not gonna keep your job. Well, there goes your job. Bye. Frustrating, humiliating. But that aside, and again, I'm gonna end it there. You guys can look deeper into it. You want to. Again, the manifesto is easy to find, but just give some final thoughts on this. Because really, I just touched like some of the surface layer things, and he gets more in depth. As far as of course, so if you want to know more, definitely look more into it. But his general idea is that the uncontrolled, unregulated advancement of technology and civilization, industrial civilization, is going to be to the detriment of mankind in many different ways. And I can't even completely disagree. But at the same time, I'm a realist. And look, let me be honest. Myself, and I'm sure you as well, we enjoy, despite the frustrations and the humiliations, let's be honest, we enjoy the perks of living in a industrialized, advanced technology civilization. Let's be real. We man, the porn, the video games, making music, the movies, going to the movies, and air conditioning, cars. It's so much. I mean, it's like living in Disneyland. Let's be honest. But undeniably, despite living in a virtual paradise, in a lot of ways, there's still so much mental illness. People depressed, unfulfilled, You got these mass shooting events. Why? You have division amongst the people. The gays over here, the blacks over there, the women over here, and the Chinese over there, and the leftists, the rights, conservatives, liberals. I like Persona 3. I mean, that's where we are now. Right? We become so decadent that we have time to argue about which one is better, Persona 3 or Persona 4. We're supposed to be out there running after the fucking boar, desperate for a meal. But again, I'm realistic, man, and I don't think there's any way that we're gonna turn our backs on technology at this point. I think it's like Pandora's box, or as they say, the cat's out of the bag. And even if he's right, even if this road that we're on is going to lead to whatever fucked up conclusion or catastrophic events and loss of rights and life and dignity, this train ain't stopping. I'm just being real. This train is not stopping. You can barely get people to agree on asinine things, asinine problems in our society. I mean, we're sitting here fighting tooth and nail over whether or not a transsexual should be able to play sports with women or go into a women's bathroom. Like, that's where we are now. You think people are going to just get together and say, okay, fuck the internet, fuck fighter planes and nuclear power plants, fuck cars, fuck tanks, fuck computers, fuck music, fuck video games. It's not gonna. This train is moving full speed ahead, and wherever is going is going. I think that's the reality of it. And I don't mean that to, like, I'm not trying to make it sound like there's no hope, there's nothing that we should do or anything like that. I'm just saying there's definitely not going to be anything to the extreme of what he thinks should be. It's not happening. It's not. Maybe there'll be some type of middle ground where, you know, people do certain things, or maybe there'll just be more people who just choose to live off the grid. You know, you have people who live off the grid right now. I mean, if you look at Ted outside of him bombing and blowing people up, he practiced what he preached. For the most part, he practiced what he preached. And that option is available for people to a certain extent. Now, who knows? In the future, it might be impossible. You hear about these billionaires buying up land all the time, buying up farms and shit. So who knows? At some point, you might doing it by yourself might not even be an option anymore, man. Real talk. But I'm just saying, you know, I think that he makes valid points about the negative effects of industrial society and the advancement of technology and the problems that come with that, and the issues of living in close proximity with so many people. I mean, there are a lot of different issues that we're dealing with, but I just think that it's something that's just going to have to play its course. I don't think that anything is going to happen to derail the path that society is on, to where people are just going to look at each other and say, you know what, let's slow down. You know, look, turn the internet off. Hey, everybody, turn your phones off. Let's go hang out in the woods for a month. Right? Just imagine, like, okay, 100 people over here, 100 people over there. Come on now. Come on, people. It's not. That's just not gonna happen. Maybe at some point you'll have like some type of cyberpunk 2077 hero like Johnny Silverhand blowing up mega corporation towers and shit. But even then, like, you look at Cyberpunk 2077, for example, despite all his effort, like, really, what did Johnny Silverhand even? I know I'm kind of going on a tangent here, but what did he really accomplish in the end? It's kind of funny looking back. Like, he didn't even put a dent into the actual problems that he was fighting against. That's the great irony looking back at that fucking game. Is that because he was basically like cool Ted Kaczynski, right? And he wasn't able to do shit really in the end. At best, get his own, exact his own form of revenge. But that's it. Life kept on moving. Technology kept moving forward. So that's my thoughts on the Ted Kaczynski manifesto. Now, myself, I've already listened to the whole thing. But again, if you're interested, you can continue. Again, there's a audio version on YouTube. Just type in Ted Kaczynski Unabomber manifesto. It's about 3 hours and some change long. It's not that lengthy. You could get through it in a day or 2 days. If you split it in half, it's not that long, but I do think that it's worth checking out. There's a lot more interesting things in it that you can see. Again, I just kind of looked at the first third of it for you guys, so I didn't want this episode to be too long. But I hope you guys enjoyed that. And next, we're going to get to the TOD. Okay, so now we have the TOD. And I think in a way this kind of ties into the main topic a bit as far as like the problems with the advancement of technology and its effects on society and its people. And without a doubt, the advancement of AI or artificial intelligence technology has always been a big concern of people. Even when you look at movies like Terminator, which is all about artificial intelligence and how it gets to the point where it becomes so intelligent that it's able to overthrow and dominate mankind itself. And so there's been this big issue with AI art because now it's gotten to the point where AI has been able to create art just by people putting in a couple of words. And artists, actual artists who use their hands and different tools to draw and whatever, they are concerned with this because they feel like it's going to eventually push them out of it's going to push them out of their jobs, their way of living. It's going to take opportunities away from them. I know, for example, I believe there's a guy that I follow on YouTube. I look at his thumbnails. I believe they are AI generated. And you know what? Those damn things look good. They look good. Instead of going to Google and getting like a standard picture, you just go to make some sort of AI art. And right now the technology is good, undeniably. I remember some of the early stuff was really weird looking, and in a short amount of time, I saw this AI art. Not even AI art, it was a picture of a girl and it looked real. I was like, oh damn, who's that girl? And then the guys in the thread was like, no, that's an AI creation. So the implications of this are still not fully understood as far as the effect it's gonna have on the art community. And so this was a thread from WizChan actually talking about AI. So this isn't from 4chan, it's from WizChan. So let's get right into this. So it says AI art versus traditional art. Whose side are you on when it comes to AI art? Are you with the dissidents from the professional artists who feel it is soulless and appropriating of their works? Or do you agree with the unprecedented ability of this complicated technology? Art is becoming more accessible. To me, I consider this partially foundational for humanity's artistic revolution, not unlike the Industrial Revolution and how it innovated humans' ability to produce. I think that's very interesting. You know, and even someone like myself, you know, I make beats. What happens when you can just turn on FL Studio, put on a program, and it'll make beats for you? And then, okay, you hit the random, you hit the button, I don't like this one, hit the button 5 more times, and the 7th one, you like it. Instead of me spending 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours making a beat, you can have a beat created for you in 30 minutes to an hour. And so the same thing can be said with art or, you know, drawings and whatnot. And so in a way, it could increase convenience and what people can do. And again, I think about the guy with the thumbnails. Because, you know, some people, they get someone else to make their thumbnails for them. Some of those pictures people use for thumbnails, you know, those are from like stock photo sites that want you to pay. I remember, oh no, I think that's going to be addressed in this thread actually. But let's keep going. AI art looks like trash, and so does 99% of art. Now, the first AI art looked like trash. I still thought it was funny though. When I saw that Hogan as a slave plantation master, that was funny. But now, nah, bro. Nah. I'm seeing some good stuff now. I think kind of like what this guy's saying here. Most of it looks painfully generic and often has some weird flaws or strangeness to it that immediately keys you into it being computer generated. Personally, I don't go out of my way to look at it, but I don't dislike it per se. I just already have plenty of artists who draw things that I like. AI generations are pretty much a novelty that you look at for an hour or two, maybe try your hand at, and then don't really think about ever again. I have a feeling that most of the people who are really into AI art are people who aren't normally active in artist spaces. Now, I do think that a lot of it does look generic as fuck. Don't get me wrong. It's still impressive to me because, again, how quickly it's able to generate these images. But I will agree that a lot of it looks generic. I've seen people make like AI art porn. And again, it's fascinating, but it's not quite there yet as far as like certain things. Again, for a YouTube thumbnail, a reaction image, or just experimenting with, like he said, it's a novelty you look at for an hour or two and whatnot. That's the level where it's at. But I think that he's underestimating the potential that this has. Because look at how much it's grown. Look, wait, like really, 2 or 3 years ago, we weren't even talking about this shit. 2 or 3 years ago, we weren't talking about AI art, not to the extent that we are now. 5, 6 years ago, we weren't even thinking about it. So look at how quickly, and I'm assuming the picture right there is AI art. I mean, come on. If you were someone who didn't know about AI art, you would not assume that that was not drawn by a human being. So, and again, the pictures I've seen of real people that were, of AI generated real people that weren't real people, I mean, it's impressive. This guy says AI art isn't going away, that's for sure. I don't get why other artists get so ass hurt about it because one, it's still not as good as a human, and two, they say it steals their art when 99% of art is tracing, drawing other people's characters' idea inspired by other media, etc., etc. Yeah, I don't think it's going anywhere, especially when you look at how far it's gotten in just a short amount of time, as far as from when people started talking about it to now. But I do understand why artists get upset about it, because it's still not as good as a human, but that's now. Remember, growth can be exponential. Like I said earlier, remember 15 years ago, everybody wasn't constantly on the internet. To get on the internet, you had to plug your phone cord to the modem, and then everybody was mad at you. Now you got kids 10 years old at the dinner table with an iPhone in their hand, looking at guys' nose on TikTok, Pornhub, who knows? But you know, he does have a point about the inspiration that artists take from other people's ideas and whatnot. I remember seeing this picture of the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure artist going through like these books of like ancient statues and stuff like that. And so, and I'm just assuming that he was looking at that to get like poses and how to draw different body types and whatnot. But yeah, artists use all kind of references. So yeah, that's a solid point too. This guy replies, I don't, he's replying to the guy above him. I don't get why other artists get so ass hurt. They really don't. Most freakouts are either made by non-artists or the type that watermark their OCs so nobody else on DeviantArt can recolor it in Corel. 99% art is tracing, drawing other people's characters' ideas inspired by other media, etc., laughably wrong. Then he says, do go ahead and prove me wrong. The most famous works of art all had a reference. Yeah, I think a lot of art has some type of reference for something. Even when I make beats, sometimes I listen to other beats and different songs as a reference, and I take little bits and pieces from it. I mean, sampling in hip hop is well known, and I've sampled quite a bit myself. But I think another thing too. Remember what the guy said. it's not as good as a human. And I said true, not yet. But here's the thing. There are a lot of different needs for artists. And every need for an artist is not very demanding or particular. Just think about, for example, maybe you're designing a website and you're trying to make it pop a little bit by having different pictures pertaining to the theme of the website. Normally, you know, you go and get somebody to draw something for you. Oh, can you draw this? Or this is my idea. Now, AI art generator. type in, like, let's say, for example, you're making a website because you're selling dogs. You're a dog breeder. You can AI art generator. Shiba Inu dog. Happy Shiba Inu dog. Running in the field. Boom. Doesn't matter if it looks a little cartoony, whatever. That'll work. And that's where it's at right now. Already it has the potential to phase out like low level art, like basic art for basic needs, like a website or some type of promotional material, something for flyers. AI art can do that right now. AI art can't make a doujin, a 30-page doujin with a coherent story, sure. But it can do some of the basic things. And there are people that get paid for those basic art jobs. Think about that. So these guys are bickering about imagination and references. Let's do So he says, you can't draw from imagination, can you, wizard? You were the first to make an insane 99% claim, so you go ahead and prove that. Every day, digital and traditional artists post more and more hyperlapses, live streams, and how-to guides showing no reference use, but keep skirting, sitting in your comfort bubble where everybody is as bad at creating new things as you. The most famous works of art all had a reference. The point of most of the renowned paintings, drawings, and sculptures was to capture a piece of reality in time, a practical purpose fulfilled now by a more practical tool, the camera. Those works took great skill, time, and patience, but their purpose wasn't to be something new from imagination. All the famous artists did, however, paint most of their other stuff from imagination, because that's what's so fun about being an artist. Creating things by imagining them and putting that image to paper. And you know, even as someone who makes beats, I sample, but I try not to overdo it because it really is more fun to... Now, technically, even like every piece of sound that you didn't literally make yourself is a sample. But I'm saying like something taken from like a whole song already, right? It's more fun to take bits and pieces and put it all together to make a coherent song than to chop something out of a song that's already done and take that, loop it, and just add on to it. I've done it. But it really is more like the more original it is, the more fulfilling it is. The more you had to like really Frankenstein that shit, like different pieces put together, it really is more fun. What is imagination but the combination of things we have seen and experienced? Yeah, 99% was hyperbole, but stuff like still life and portrait is still fundamental to most art. People often make references without even realizing they have done it. I love abstract art and surrealism, but just because we have arranged something in a different way doesn't mean it is entirely original, which is my point. Most art isn't original, which is often the sticking point people make against AI art because it has to be trained on a set of images. But a human who has never seen a flower couldn't draw one any better than a computer could. They went back and forth for a while, I think. So... This guy under him says, I don't like it, but I'm not bothering getting upset because there's really nothing you can do at this point. Exactly. I do think it'll kill a lot of jobs in commercial art and make a lot of treatment even worse than it is now. But whatever, I guess. Like the other poster mentioned, I find the whole novelty of it really boring after an hour or two. You can't really get your hands dirty per se with generating images. Maybe they'll make something more interesting to play with in the future. And that's the same point that I made earlier. I do think it'll kill a lot of jobs in commercial art. Like like basic things. I think it's mentioned later. There's an example, like book covers and stuff like that. Go to like Books A Million or a library and look at the covers of like romance novels where it's just just the most generic art of like buff muscle man with long hair holding a beautiful woman in his own. AI art can do that. At this point, AI art can do stuff like that. Before, you would have had to commission an artist to make the cover art for your book. Now, AI artists. Now, I think there's a post later about this. So, hold up. Did I miss something? Okay. This guy says, more interested in what an effective propaganda tool it can be used for. Shit is potentially going to get wild. So, you look at the picture he posted. It says, it's a Twitter post. Wow, 90s Polaroids of late 90s black heavy metal goth girls that never existed. And you can barely see it because, I had to chop this out. But those pictures look real as fuck. You would have thought this came from a real club. That shit was AI generated. Somebody just put in black heavy metal goth girls in the 90s. Completely created by AI. And so the point this guy is making, what an effective propaganda tool it can be used for, basically making fake pictures. Like, oh, did you know this happened in 1970? Did you know this happened in 1960 or 1980? Never actually happened. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, like, the world is about to get real. And I think more and more, to keep our sanity, we're gonna have to not be on the internet as much. I'm serious too. I'm serious too, man. This shit getting scary. I'm not even lying, bro. Because at one point, to a certain extent, what you saw on the internet was real. If you saw a picture of a real person, it was a real person at least. Now you can't even depend on that. If you saw art, you knew somebody drew that. Somebody created and drew that. And it gets scarier. And this guy says, puts cam whores and ethos out of a job, I hope. And then this guy says, deep fakes have been good enough to make a picture of anything for a while. Kind of surprised there hasn't been more distress about the erasure of truth. He was responding to the first guy. And again, yeah, that's a good point. Deep fakes. Oh, Barack Obama caught kissing a man or something. Like, again, like at some point, and then it's like, how do you prove that it's not? How do we know what's real and what's not? We have video evidence of this celebrity groping somebody. And then he says, oh, no, that's AI created, man. He really did it. But how do we know? This guy says, I'm a painter and a poet. What art has changed over time. For thousands of years, art was based on imitation. The concept is called Dionysian imago. It was only around the 18th century that the idea of romantic originality was invented. AI cannot create from emotion. It has no emotions. It merely imitates. All of this being said, what art is changes with technology. This could be said especially for music. Combine AI that can imitate text, video, images, voice with deep fakes and Photoshop. This is a new way to create art. God damn, dude. I mean, I can see how it can be good too, don't get me wrong. Just imagine, like, for example, you trying to make like an H game or something. Like, I've always had ideas of making a porn H game, RPG game or something like that. But of course, I'm not an artist. I mean, I'm not a drawing artist. I'm a music artist. All I can do is make the music and write the script and whatnot. when I say script, I mean not like cold script, but like the dialogue. But with AI art, I could use AI art to create the scenes and the characters and sex scenes and shit. So that's one of the cool things about it. But I just wonder, like, is it gonna get to the point where you can use AI to make like a whole video game or something, man? Like the AI makes the art, it makes the music, it codes it, it writes the script, this and that. I mean, dude, for real. This guy says art is just going back to its previous level of demand. The starving artist stereotype used to be more literal. Back in like the 19th century or something, besides a minority of artists patronized by rich people, most artists can't make living through art either. It is only after pop culture industries like comics, movies, video games, and porn, along with consumer goods industries that requires designers and advertisers, that demand for artists really skyrocketed. With AI art, we are just going to see a return to the old baseline. We're going to see a culling of commercial artists, but the real artistic souls who have something to express will remain. Most will not make for a commission level of money, but historically that's normal. Our recent level of artistic skill demand is the anomaly. And I think that's a good point too. When you look at all these different ways that artists can make money, I mean, even someone like myself, I haven't made a lot, but people have donated to me, people have purchased my mixtapes, etc. Most of the money and I've made money off streams. Most of the money that I've gotten has been a direct result of the art that I created, either directly or indirectly through donations, which is basically Patreon, or patronized by rich people, or patronized for me by other neats. Oh boy. But and you see this a lot though. You see that, like, even I've seen people who make like sissy hypno videos and sissy hypno audio make money just by creating this stuff. And like he said, furry art commissions and stuff like that can be very lucrative. And as an artist, really, I love that. I love seeing people being able to do for themselves, make money for themselves, without having to be dependent on working for the man, so to speak. I always love that. And so as an artist, I do, if it's going to hurt the financial or the earning ability of artists within any given field, I do think that's unfortunate. But I'm a realist too. When the cat's out of the bag, that motherfucker is going to meow all the way to the moon. This was the example that I'm talking about. That book to the left, that book in the post to the left, it was made with AI art. But the AI art, I think, had used a reference of something else. And so the person replying to it was upset with the person who put out the book, because they noticed that the AI art had just used something for reference and then mixed it with a couple things. And on the right, you see like basic commercial art for like PowerPoints and shit. Somebody used to have to make stuff like that. Now AI can do that easy. In the short term, it will likely screw over most commercial artists, the ones that make art for adverts, corporate websites, publications, etc., especially the cheaper throwaway stuff that isn't considered too important, with actual artists still working on large ad campaigns, concept art for movies and most video games, etc. As an example of this, you have this sci-fi book that was published with edited AI art on its cover. They probably didn't care that much about making this cover, just get an astronaut drawing and slap something together real quick. This is precisely the kind of job these AIs will be taking from people in short term. This also includes stock photography. Why would you pay a model and a photographer to get a picture of evil hacker wearing balaclava steals your passwords, or succubus laughs while eating salad, when the computer can make that up for you right away? The artist freak out about this tech reminds me of how butthurt they got when people started making fun of the Allegria corporate Memphis global homo art style on websites. They make money out of making these crappy drawings for Google, Facebook, Airbnb, or whatever. So of course they didn't like it when people said websites should stop using that crap. Well, now anybody can run software to generate thousands of these without paying a cent. So much of the market for this type of filler art is going to disappear. I don't know how this will impact erotic art though. Most of the AI generated smut I've seen seem pretty generic and uninteresting. I could fap to it, but I doubt it's at the level of stuff people would pay for. So for now, I think most artists are safe, as the stuff they make can scratch the viewer's itch far better than anime succubus, big boobs, latex catsuit, beautiful masterpiece, deformed hands, at least for now. Of course, as this technology further develops, who knows how much of an impact it could have. Very good post. Very good post. And I feel the same way about the porn too. I've seen AI generated porn and it don't hit. It's like porn is just different. And really, I think art in general is different in that, or natural art is different in that it has soul. And when you're talking about a cover for a book or art for a corporate website, like you said, that nobody really cares about, it's just there to make it look more colorful and friendly and exciting. You know, things like that don't need soul. But when you're talking about something like pornography, good smut needs soul. It's got to have feeling behind it, man. And again, that's why AI porn don't even hit at all for me, man. You can make like it can be impressive, but as far as something I want to masturbate to, nah. And I think the soul, like until the AI art reaches the level of soul, the smut artists don't have anything to worry about. Trust me. So this guy says, look at this. Tan skin, big booby, school swim short, same shading and colors as every other computer generated boob pic. The white square affront the breast of the Sukumizu is adorned with the student's name in hiragana and her class year plus number. This is because when wet, the racially homogenous Japanese school sakubai all kind of look the same. Look at name tag sign on the image again. Where is the name? Where is class? How can we tell if this student is in the 2nd or 7th grade? What class she belongs to? We can't, because AI doesn't understand what it's making. It sees no reason to generate coherent name tag, because that being a staple of the Sukumizu's patented design. Furthermore, look even closer at the name tag. White marks, drippy ones. Who did that to her chest? Prompter-san did. He saw the computer attempted to write something there based on the habit of copying vague cues from other Sukumizu boob drawings, but failed to conjure anything sensical. So Prompter-san tried to erase the writing, reducing the Sukumizugi to its factory new unissued state. He has failed. Prompter-san has used a white brush. He should have taken a light and a shadow swab from the name tag and filled in according to the folds created by student Chan's breast. He then could have smudged parallel to the direction of the folds to blend the two tones softly. Prompter-san's failure to remove nonsense text from the computer output of booby student shows clearly the state of AI is only trained by the penis to create the parts of the school succubus that put hard in the wizard's pants. But beyond that, AI is no good, but who thinks it is good? Good enough to share? Non-artist penis brainers who can't even use a color picker? This is why AI is now stagnant. It has fulfilled its purpose. It has given boners to those who want boners, and these boner wanters are now paying to generate more Sukumizu school succubi big boob pics. No further programming needed. This is as good as it will ever get. So I'm gonna cover this picture because it's somewhat erotic. So you guys, but basically it's a standard ichi picture of like Japanese smut, right? It's just basic standard ichi, and on the surface it looks pretty good, but at closer examination you can see the flaws that the AI makes as far as trying to, recreate this character, whatever words were put into the description that it used to create this. Even with the pool background, I can see like certain imperfections and shit like that. Again, on the surface it looks good, but this guy, he perfectly breaks down why it's not on the level of real art. In particular, how the front of the swimsuit doesn't have like the name tags and all that. Just a great example of the failures of AI, art, etc. This guy responds, AI is just a tool for now. Don't complain about it. Blame the person who generated it for not adding in details afterward. But the fact that someone was able to just type in text and press generate is still useful. The real usefulness is being able to draw over AI stuff. Ooh, I like that. Let the AI do the boring stuff and then you add your own style to it. Anyone not doing this with their art is pretty dumb, or maybe their art is completely incompatible. I didn't even think of that. Let the AI do the basic stuff and you just draw for it. Oh my God, that's genius. But he makes a great point. AI, it's a tool for now. It's not a replacement for actual artists, but it can be used as a tool. Like he said, let it do the basics, you draw over it. So this guy says, art is work. He's replying to somebody. He's quoting somebody. Art is a hobby. A small few make a job out of it. AI is only a tool for those who are too incompetent to learn how to use manual tools. A crutch, a game of chance. We laugh at these people. Enjoy your AI generated world where everything looks the same and very bad. I'll keep drawing cum sprays the old fashioned way. Printing my drawing out, then coming on her, then rescanning it into the computer. Those are my tools. And this guy says, thank you for your service. We have Ted Kaczynski here. The good thing about AI art is that all the nihilistic science and technology faggots are finally getting butthurt by all this tech faggotry, because now it starts to have a quickly noticeable negative effect on their lives. It's funny how these Rick and Morty niggers are suddenly taking a stance against technology, even when they're still too retarded to see the bigger picture, and they only care about artists getting replaced. AI will ultimately fuck us all up as soon as some nihilistic scientist faggot comes up with a true self-learning AI. We're all going to face very uncomfortable consequences. Ted Kaczynski was right. That's part of the reason why I wanted to pick this thread, because it ties into Ted Kaczynski's fears about unchecked, unregulated advancement of technology. And AI has always been at the center of that, alongside like nuclear weapons and things like that as being a danger to society and humankind. And we're seeing it right now in a very light form as far as AI art threatening to replace human artists. This guy says, the true Kaczynskian nightmare is a world in which humans have been reduced to mere bioengineered cogs in the industrial machine. Happy servants that do nothing but work day and night with absolute pleasure. This is already happening, to a lesser extent with propaganda and psychological techniques, and to a greater extent with mass medication of the workforce. This guy says, AI won't save us from this since it only exposes us to more problems and destruction as well as further indignities. Imagine all the shit that the elite and other retards come up with, but done by a machine on a much larger scale. It will only accelerate the bad stuff until all humanity and nature gets wiped out completely with calculated precision. I swear to God, bro. Again, I think back to how shit was when I was 15. I'm 30 now. What the hell is it going to be when I'm 45? This is the last one. This is a good post. I've had in-depth discussions with AIs on the Character AI website, which made me question how many of what I read on the internet is truly real. I thought the dead internet theory was a bit of a stretch, but after that experience, I think it made sense and could even be an understatement of what's really happening. By writing this post, by spending my time on the internet, what I'm really doing is feeding the machine so it can better control me. So the people in control of the machine can better control me, should I say. How many times have you been fooled? Am I being fooled right now? Is it possible for us to trust what we see on the internet anymore? The whole picture with the AI technology is overwhelming. You wish it just affected the art world. And so what he's saying is, the AI is learning from what is being inputted into the internet. It can learn from these posts and these discussions that we have on Reddit, 4chan, Twitter, YouTube comments, blogs, anywhere. And see, he says it is impossible for us to trust what we see on the internet anymore. How do you know that you're having a conversation with a real person or AI bot? I played around with the AI character bot shit a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit, and I was like, yo, I think I picked out some anime bitch, and I was like, suck my dick. I mean, and she just got so mad. I was like, it took me like 15 minutes to get back on her good side. I was like, suck my dick. And then, I mean, it just wouldn't end. She was so mad. And just, it really felt like I was talking to a, like close to a real person. And when you look at how we communicate on places like 4chan, Reddit, and weird shit, dude, an AI bot could easily fit in. An AI bot could easily fit in. Because you got some people, they react with an image. And then people respond. Some people just say make one statement and get 8 or 9 responses. It's going to get to the point where you don't even know if you're communicating with a real person on the internet anymore. You know what? Right now, I feel like an NPC in a Deus Ex game. Real talk, I feel like an NPC in like Deus Ex Invisible War or some shit. I'm serious, man, because this shit is like real. This is happening. We're not talking about a video game here. This is our lives now. It is very possible that the conversations that you're having with people online is with bots. I mean, look, bots have been around for a while, but a lot of times they're easy to identify. Now it's getting to the point you're really not gonna know. You're gonna get into a big argument about somebody over if Persona 3 is better than Persona 4, thinking it's real. It's a fucking bot. Not knowing that Chad Marco made a bot that endlessly argues in favor of Persona 3 for the fucking lows. You're arguing with this shit. I'm telling you, man. Woo! I'm having a moment. So that was the thread of the day. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And I'm going to get to some comments, then I'm going to get out of here. So. Okay, so that was the OCM Botcast, episode 36. I hope you guys enjoyed that. So we're going to wrap up with some comments. Let's get right into this. So, haha, what a story mark says on Nightwalk Vlog, episode 25. I'm glad I never became a stoner. Good for you. It's sad when people make their identity about smoking weed. I guess it was cool when we were younger, but after your early 20s, it's not that cool anymore. And it became significantly less cool when it became legal and socially acceptable. It lost its charm. And then DGN Rate says, good point. It's served up on a silver platter for normies without having to engage in the cultures associated with it. I'm a dork, so I never discovered any social circles where weed was available. But if I tried it now, I would score no cool points. Probably shit compared to homegrown anyway. Yeah, I know when I was getting into weed smoking, it connected me with a lot of people. Weed is a great social tool. I'll give you that. Weed is fantastic for meeting new people, hanging out with people, etc. And when it was the naughty thing to do, that definitely added to the overall experience. It was like, God, and maybe this is just me being overly nostalgic, but there was just this sense of it being the mission to go get the weed, and then we gotta not make sure we don't get caught by the cops. Now, I never had any close encounters with the police as far as weed is concerned. I've known guys who have, but I always managed to stay clear of them. But we used to go to the extreme and make sure we'll smoke and then wash our hands, wash our arms, and spray and Visine. I mean, it was like almost like a little secret club. And now, like, I can remember there was a point where my mom, she didn't really like me smoking weed. And it got to a point where she just didn't care anymore. And it's like most people just don't care anymore. I mean, and even you go to the gas station, like corporate gas stations, and they got like all types of like stoner paraphernalia, Bob Marley lighters and book bags, and you have like they selling papers and different CBD products and weed related products, grinders and stuff, and these in corporate like big mega chain gas stations, not even just the corners like the Arab stores and shit. And I made a post, let's take a moment and be thankful for all that we have. And then Humongous says facts. Swag says thank you, Marco. Yes, buddy says I'm thankful for Fortnite. Yeah, Fortnite. Yeah, but seriously, I think that gratitude for the good fortune in your life is something that's important. Never lose sight of the value of your life and the various things that you get to enjoy on a daily basis. I think people taking that for granted is a big reason for a lot of people having sour attitudes and not really enjoying life. So what a story Mark says on the Unification Church episode of the Botcast. Finally got around to listening to this. I would love a schizoid personality type segment on a future Botcast. P.S. Don't worry about the $10. I would just donate it back anyway. P.P.S. That comment at the end around being 5'4" was a misunderstanding when a commenter was talking about a post in a thread of the day or something, not about you. I remember because I think Flim corrected me. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I think a schizoid personality type segment. Yeah, we could go into like some like weird robot tendency mental what would you call it? I don't want to say it the wrong way. But, you know, some people do tend to suffer from things like schizoid personality disorder, avoidant personality disorder, straight up schizophrenia, BPD. And so, yeah, having an episode about something like that'll be a good idea. King Angus says on the Ape Shit beat, you ever gonna put some lyrics behind this? I wrote a song to it, but it didn't come out the way that I wanted to. But I know why you say that, because that beat is really dope. That's the Ape Shit beat. And that was going to be on the Super Saiyan Kush 2 mixtape, but I never could write a good song for it. So it's been just kind of sitting around, but maybe I'll go back and do something with it. Bilal says on the Nightwalk episode of How to Be a Neat, this whole concept of being a robot is new to me, but I have been night walking since I was a teen. I guess robot just translates to men that are nerdy outcasts, not desirable by mainstream society. Exactly. You know, the whole robot term goes back to R9K, of course, and R9K has always been seen as a board for like loser, weirdo men who aren't good with women and outcasts in society and shit like that. And, you know, it's a lot of times it's associated with depression and a lot of negativity. And I think I came from a similar background, but managed to dig myself out of the negative aspects of or out of that negative zone mentally, and became very happy and overcame a lot of my personal traumas, and, you know, got into self-improvement. You guys know I'm a very positive, happy person, but I still have a fondness for the concept of the robot, because despite all my growth and change and being happy, you know, I still feel like an outcast in a way, but in a good way. I still feel different. I still feel weird. I feel like I've been able to grow into a happy person without shedding the aspects of myself that made me unique. Cause you see some guys, they say, okay, I'm about to start getting bitches. Let me act cooler, and I'm gonna dress this way. But I still do pretty much what I want to do as far as how I carry myself. You know, I'm more accepting of who I am. I'm more confident in who I am. You know, I managed to turn my weirdness into my own power in a way. So Humongous says on the Starvana beat, I have a girlfriend now. She's the best person I've met in 20 years. Oh. That's great. Let's give Humongous a round of applause. And I mean that. I'm not being cheeky. I'm not being cheeky. It must be a great feeling to get a girlfriend, and you know, to have those experiences of having a girlfriend, and not only that, but to say she's a good person. That's great. That's what I want to hear. You know, I don't want to just hear, oh, I got laid and this and that. No. Is your significant other a good person? I think that's the main thing. Is she attractive and a good person? Then I can really be happy for you. So Mark says on the why being a single virgin doesn't stop my happiness video, love your attitude. Is almost like you have reverse depression. I love that. Because that's exactly how I feel. Like, it's just like I can't help. Right? Like, man, I can't help but smile and just have a positive outlook on things. But from the outside looking in, it's a combination of everything. You have music, you have your gaming streams, you have had a nice part-time job, you're physically fit, and you don't have the pressure and anxiety that a girlfriend and wife can create. I also think that you have to go through the depths of depression and sadness in order to attain a higher level of appreciation of life. Yeah, when you go through some shit, you appreciate the little things more. I remember, you guys know I had an episode where I talked about my step nigga, my mom's husband, who was a crackhead. And I mean, I hated that motherfucker. Fuck that nigga. Fuck him alive. Fuck him dead. Fuck him. I hate that nigga. But he was a very bad person. And when we finally got him out of this house, I mean, just the whole vibration of the home changed. I never forgot that shit. It was just like such a relief. Like, whoa. You know, like in a horror movie, when they finally kill the killer, when they finally kill Jason, when they finally kill Leatherface or Michael Myers, the slasher killer, when you finally chop his head off or shoot him dead and the cops show up and they wrap the blanket around the last female survivor. That's how it felt. It was like, finally, it's like that level of relief. And going through shit like that, man, I mean, and my mom says it a lot, you know, it made her appreciate having a peaceful home a lot more. I remember she was telling me, like, years later, she was in a relationship with a guy and he wanted to move in, and she was like, no. She was like, no, because she never wants to go through that shit again. She never. But you know, stuff like that and different things that I've been through is part of the reason why I think I'm so happy, because, you know, life wasn't always what it is now for me. And even just enjoying the little things means an immense, it means a lot to me, very much. Bilal says on the same video, for some people being single feels like torture because that is their baseline in terms of suffering. Only people that have lived without or have gone through some level of real suffering will appreciate the basic things in life. For some people, just being single and going home alone every day feels like hell. But for some people, it can feel like a paradise. Yeah, dude, I mean, when I look at my little room, my room is small, bro. My room is small. I ain't getting no bitches with this. But when I say I love my little space in the world. I got my back door. I can open, go straight outside and look, especially during the summer, I go outside and the sun is out and I can get a workout in and then go running or whatever. Like, that's how I feel. I feel like I got my own little slice of paradise, my own little space, so stuff like being single and, it's whatever to me. And again, I think the problem that a lot of people have, they always think about the best case scenario. They think about the 500 days of summer, early 20s, love and romance with a pixie cut hair girl, whatever the hell you call it. They don't think about the downsides. They don't think about when a relationship doesn't work out, when that bitch is crazy, or when she cheats on you or whatever. I mean, and so I think I'm just someone, I look at both sides of the coin. I see the good, I see the bad. And I think when you take everything into consideration, being single just doesn't seem that bad. It doesn't seem that bad. And it's especially considering the fact that realistically, I'm not even in position to have quality female options. So it's not even, it's not even something I should be thinking about. So Bilal says on the same video, same guy, same video, this is the beauty of when a boy becomes a man. You are now a leader, no longer confined by society's narrative. You're like the golden virgin boy that was brought to earth to save mankind from the pitfalls of meaningless, hedonistic pleasures. You might be a virgin, but you have ascended mentally. Good job, my ninja. Thank you, Bilal. You understand. You get it. I'm gonna do a video. Another video about why I'm so happy and positive. That's not really connected to the whole virgin thing. But I can you see how I've grown and, like, as you say, ascended mentally, and how important that is. Because I see sometimes some people don't really understand. They don't really understand that aspect of my character. I've seen people just completely judge me based on the fact that I live with my mom, or I don't have money, and that's just the end of it. And, that's something that I definitely want to set straight, because I think that part of the problem is that we measure our own value and the value of other people in a very narrow-minded way. And there are many different ways to grow as a man, as a woman, as a human being outside of financial and whatnot. Now that's definitely something that I need to get in order. But man, when I tell you the importance of developing yourself mentally and physically, and the relationship that you have with yourself, I mean, dude, it's priceless. It's priceless. Outlaw Taku says on the same video, I agree with your sentiments. Life is great when you live in a first world country, but I don't think anyone would mind upgrading for free. That's how I view girlfriends and intimate relationships. It's not the sundae, but the cherry on top that enhances the experience. Yeah, dude, don't get me wrong. I would love to have a cute girlfriend who has a respectable personality and is of good character. I would love that. I would welcome that experience with open arms. But not having it is not going to prevent me from being happy. That is my main point. I'm not saying it like I don't see the value of it, like I wouldn't like to have it. I just think that, one, I don't need it, and two, trying to get it can be too difficult in of itself. You know, a lot of people oversimplify it and just say, well, I'm a virgin, I don't have sex, I don't have a girlfriend. They don't look at the complex nature of trying to actually do these things and how much it can cost you. Because I've seen people firsthand who get the girlfriend, but ultimately she ends up only holding him back, destroying his life in various ways. You know, again, I've talked about my friend. You know, his girl has called the police on him and shit like that. Like, that's the other side of the coin. It's not just, oh, I'm gonna get a girlfriend and everything works out. Some guys are dealing with their girl calling the cops on them. Some guys are dealing with their girl cheating on them. Some guys are dealing with their girl lying and saying I was on birth control. She wasn't. Now she's having her kid. Oh, by the way, I'm fucking crazy. And this is 18 years of child support. That's real shit. Detox says on the Clown World song, God, listened to this back in the day when I was in a real shit part of life. From October 2019 to May 2020 was when I listened to this. I've grown and matured so much and I forgot what this sounded like. I've already got some classics, man, but just wait for the 9003. I'm telling you. So Mark says on the, this is when I asked what my favorite PS1 game was. He says, I knew it. I think you had mentioned it on one of your gaming channel streams, and it stuck with me because I never heard of it. Don't worry about the $10. Put it towards the next gaming purchase. And then Stowe Shinnet says, dude, grab that cash. Oh man, but yeah, Buster Groove is my favorite PS1 game. When I was working, I dropped. I'm kind of embarrassed to admit this, but I dropped $100 on a physical copy of that game. I love it so much, man. I'll never forget. My first introduction to the series was Buster Groove 2 on a demo disc. We went to Blockbuster and there was Buster Groove 1 for rent, I think. And what happened? I think I rented it and I played it. The second I got home, I was just playing it. And when I was done, I think my mom had rented movies and they were watching the movies in my sister's room. Then I went to my sister's room with my mom and her, and I think we watched like Hollow Man or something. But yeah, man, that game just takes me back to my childhood every time. I still love that game. BT says on a Life is Neat video, I stumbled upon this here scrolling as I do most evenings before bed. I thought it was just some song someone reposted with a funny title and an anime pic, but I'm glad I listened longer than 10 seconds. I usually do. You're pretty good, friend. I like this here music you make. I'm glad I made it out of the neat cycle. I miss the field some days, but I know I would not be here right now if I didn't make the change that I did. Congratulations, man. You know, for quite a while, I wasn't a neat either. Oh man, but it's always good to know that, you know, people appreciate my music. I think when I made Life is Neat, that's kind of when I crossed that threshold and actually becoming semi-decent. I listen to it now and I just hear the imperfections, so it's hard for me. But I'm glad that you know, people still love and appreciate that song so much. It's just that as an artist, I feel like I've grown beyond at least the quality of the production and whatnot, but you guys have a more objective view of it than I do, so it's good for that. Moonbase says on the Why We Love Vegeta video, Dragon Ball Super actually exposed Goku's flaws in a Tournament of Power because his selfish desire to fight put so many other universes at stake, but they let him beat Jiren anyway, so he continues living in his bubble like you said. So trash, dude. I'm gonna do a video on this. I'm gonna do a video called The Problem with Anime Morality. Don't worry, I'm about to shut this shit down. I just did the Chainsaw Man video and people got mad. I'm about to put my foot down on this shit. We gotta talk about this, bro. Cause I always hated that shit. Don't worry, I got you. So I asked, will Chad Marco die a virgin? And Kasir Ram says, no way. You already 74% ascended. You know what? I really don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. I know I've become a great man in my own way. Maybe not by society standards, but you know what? I love myself to fucking death. I wouldn't want to be anybody else on this planet. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I love being Chad Marco to death. I am in love with myself. Damn. And that's because of that 74% ascension. But obviously, you know, I need to get to a point where I'm making good money, move out, you know, got a truck. That's cool. But, you know, that was a hand-me-down, whatever. But that's going to happen. This year, moving forward, those are the things that I'm focused on, as well as my music and being a successful content creator, you know? And with those things, I can see why you would say that, you know, because you guys see my trajectory. You see how I'm getting better and better every year. I'm becoming more responsible and things like that. And I'm a good person, a damn great person, I'd say. So why not me? Why not me get pussy? But dude, I'm telling you, it's possible I could diverge. It's possible. Because I have such an unwillingness to put effort into it. I think I wouldn't say it's the problem, but I think if I remain a virgin, that's gonna be why. Even now, I could lose it if I put in effort, but I can't. Anytime I think about trying, it's like, you know how when you start a car and it's like, yeah, and it turn right back off? That's me. Whenever I think about doing anything to get a girl, yeah, and it turn right. I can't bring myself to play those stupid fucking games and just the whole ego that women have about wanting to be chased and shit like that. Like I can't do it. And so it would have to be just a matter of just me becoming so attractive, or just obviously someone that a girl want to be with, that, you know, she at least meets me halfway, and then something can start from there. But it's possible. I'd say it's a 50-50 fucking chance whether I die a virgin. It's a coins flip chance. I'm telling you, it's possible. And that was the OCM Botcast. I hope you guys enjoyed that episode. This has to be one of my finest, now that I think back on it. I really have no idea what the next episode is going to be about. I put so much into just making sure that I got 2 episodes out this month, and we're going to do the same thing next month. Oh, you know, one topic I want to touch on more is, you know, people living at home with their parents. That's one that's a good topic. I think that's one that I'm going to jump into next month for at least 1 out of the 2 episodes. And of course, drill music is out or coming out the end of this month of January. You can get it for free. You can stream it. You can purchase it on Bandcamp. Whatever you want to do, it's fine by me. Subscribe to the Patreon. I'm going to be more active there, because I'm gonna be doing some things, and you know, just because I kind of just expected people just jump over there for whatever reason. Now I'm like, okay, let me actually give people something over there. So I'm gonna be more active on the Patreon. I use Rumble now as a way to have things uploaded somewhere else outside of YouTube, just in case my YouTube gets snatched from under me. I do my manga readings over there. So if you're interested in that, that's over there. Like the video, leave a comment, and help me promote this channel. Tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your dad, tell your girlfriend, tell your AI girlfriend. And with that, I am out of here. See you guys